Okay. I'm going to start this. I have a conversation I want to, for one, save on my channel and get more more people to listen to it. But two, I don't want to share the channel as of yet, just because all the crazy bitch baggage that orbits this specific channel. I don't want any of these crazy people over there messing with this dude's channel. Good morning, Contriver. Good morning, Bullets. YOLO. Yeah. I'm gonna try to play this without showing the channel of Morpheus. It's a conversation with Morpheus, Bullets, and Contriver. And it is really good. Morpheus brought up so many good points. And just the whole dynamic of the conversation was really good. And if anybody's, confused about what mentorship or nurturing or leading or facilitating looks like after this, there's no hope for them. Good morning, Easy. How are you? All right, I'm going to play this. Will you guys let me know if you can hear it?
मैनोस्फीयर टॉक्स इंडिया एपिसोड 17 में आप लोगों का सबका स्वागत है। आशा है आप लोग सब आज की स्ट्रीम के लिए फुल तैयार हैं। कमेंट सेक्शन के अंदर जो भीड़ मची है उसे देख के तो मैं बहुत अत्यंत उत्साहित और आशान्वित हूँ कि आज की स्ट्रीम धाकड़ होने वाली है और मैनोस्फीयर टॉक्स इंडिया एपिसोड नंबर 17। इसी के साथ एस्केप मैट्रिक्स। थैंक यू सो मच एंड वेलकम टू मैनोस्फीयर टॉक्स इंडिया एपिसोड 17 पर
Okay, Easy said it's a 5 out of 5. Sweet. All right. I'm going to play this whole thing because there's various points that I want to kind of pause and elaborate on some things. There's also some questions that I heard that I could answer. So I figured today's a good day for this. Just chill and listen. Now, some of the language is in Hindi, but Contriver did his best to try to do some translating. So they kind of go back and forth. It's pretty good.
Confirming the fact that I am audible. सुनाई दे रहा है तो इस बेकार के म्यूजिक को अभी बंद कर देते हैं और अपने कमेंट सेक्शन की ओर अग्रसर हो जाते हैं। शुरुआत में ही हमारे पास आ चुके हैं फेमिनिस्ट स्लेयर, अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर, आपका भी स्वागत है। आई एम सॉरी, मैं अभी तक किसी को स्ट्रीम का लिंक नहीं।
By the way, for anybody who doesn't know who this gentleman is, he's an actor / mainstream media guy in India. So it's a connection Contriver made. And try to share some, I don't know what you want to call it, MGTOW wisdom. Just pretty much talking about the things we complain about all the time and we discuss on this channel as well. So I wanna try to see if I can have a conversation with that guy, because there's a couple of things that he brought up that I wanna do kind of a deeper dive on to see what his thoughts are. But
नहीं दे पाया हूँ तो कॉपी कर देता हूँ और फटाफट चैट में वो डाल देता हूँ। ये सारी औपचारिकताएं निपटाने के बाद कमेंट्स लेंगे डायरेक्टली। फेमिनिस्ट प्लेयर, आपका भी स्वागत है। एस्केप मैट्रिक्स, आपका स्वागत है। और फेमिनिज्म इज कैंसर इज आल्सो विद अस। वेलकम टू मैनोस्फीयर टॉक्स इंडिया एपिसोड 17, फेमिनिज्म इज कैंसर। आज का ये एपिसोड स्पेशली हम लोग करने वाले हैं, आप लोगों को मालूम है किसके बारे में करने वाले हैं? हम लोग करने वाले हैं मेल फेमिनिस्ट के बारे में, क्योंकि वो एक हमारे बीच की ही प्रजाति है जिसका स्क्रू थोड़ा टाइट होना जरूरी है। हम उनसे कोई भी वैमनस्य नहीं रखते, उनके प्रति ना ही कोई हीन भावना रखते हैं, ना ही कोई मन मुटाव रखते हैं। हम सिर्फ उन्हें देखकर ये सोचते हैं कि भाई तुम ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो, अपने ही पैरों पर कुल्हाड़ी क्यों मार रहे हो, जिस डाल पे बैठे हो उसी को क्यों काट रहे हो। So our basic aim is to convert all the sins and bring them back to manhood. तो मैनोस्फेयर टॉक्स इंडिया एपिसोड 17 में हम आज बात करेंगे सिम्स के बारे में। अब कमेंट्स लेना शुरू करना पड़ेगा। अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर कर रहे हैं, लेट्स गो अनवांटेड। आई एम रियली सॉरी, आई वाज अ कपल ऑफ मिनट्स लेट, बट मेरे कंप्यूटर की जो घड़ी है उसमें 9:23 हुए हैं। तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर दैट वी स्टार्टेड राइट ऑन टाइम, बट really happy to see you come and be alive on the chat right before time. फेमिनिस्ट लेयर कह रहे हैं अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर भैया क्या हाल है, मैरिज के ऊपर और मोक्ष क्या ख्याल है मैरिज के ऊपर और मोक्ष भाई का भी। तो अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर जी हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं, उन्हें स्ट्रीम में ऊपर लेते हैं और सबसे पहले इसी सवाल का जवाब देते हैं। ये
हेलो सर।
आ गए अनवांटेड। गुड इवनिंग, जय श्री राम, नमस्कार अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर जी, आपका स्वागत है।
नमस्कार सर, बहुत अच्छा लगा दोबारा जुड़ के, क्योंकि मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि मैं एक हफ्ते मतलब वेट ही नहीं कर पाऊंगा, और लेकिन मुझे पिछली स्ट्रीम में बहुत अच्छा लगा, और मुझे बाकी लोगों के भी विचार सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगा, और आई एम ग्लैड दैट आई एम प्रिविलेज्ड इनफ टू जॉइन यू पीपल इन दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ मार्वेलस कॉन्वर्सेशन।
That's amazing and really kind of you to put those adjectives to direct them towards us. I am actually really happy from last time's stream because uh, this is what I was building up to till today, till last week's stream. This is the kind of dialogue, discussion, विचार विमर्श जो मैं करना चाहता था इस शो पे, जिस लेवल का, to begin with, to be very frank, there is no boundaries or limits to this. It can go as big and as high as possible, but the stepping stone, the ideal stepping stone for the kind of विचार विमर्श जिस प्रकार का मैं इस शो पे चाहता था, वो हमने अचीव किया। पिछले स्ट्रीम में आप भी थे, मोक्ष भी थे, और बाकी सब पार्टिसिपेंट्स के भी काफी अच्छे विचार रखे गए। सो आई एम रियली हैप्पी दैट वी हैव समवन ऑफ योर कैलिबर as part of our stream, and so heartening to know that you were eagerly waiting to be here, and so was I.
The feeling is mutual. We call it divine intervention.
Indeed. ये बिल्कुल डिवाइन इंटरवेंशन है। All things good all things good fall in place in due time, and that's how this conversation is going to be today as well. तो आज फेमिनिस्ट लेयर साहब, you've become really popular with our regular daily weekly community of this podcast. आते ही सबसे पहले आपसे सवाल फेंक दिया गया है। अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर साहब, बताइए कि क्या ख्याल है मैरिज के ऊपर आपका? ये फेमिनिस्ट लेयर आपसे पूछ रहे हैं।
अच्छा, चलिए, अतिथि पहले सवाल का जवाब दे। चलिए ठीक है, गृह स्वामी बाद में देंगे।
अरे सर, मेरा तो नाम ही नहीं है इसमें। ये सीधे आपको।
अरे नहीं सर, वो मोक्ष भाई का भी तो पूछा गया है।
मोक्ष भाई आज एब्सेंट है, तो उनके हिस्से का काम मैं कर दूंगा। पहले आप।
जी। अच्छा चलिए। सर, अभी देखिए क्या होता है, इन एन आइडियोलॉजिकल सेंस अगर हम उसे कंटेम्पररी परिदृश्य में देखें तो वो तो बिल्कुल सही रहता है कि एक जो विवाह है, या एक जो जिसे कहा जाता है ये संस्कार है, आउट ऑफ आवर 16 संस्कार, ये भी एक संस्कार माना जाता है। गर्भधारण भी, इम्प्रेग्नेशन जिसे, या इंसेमिनेशन जिसे कहा जाता है, कंसीविंग जिसे कहा जाता है, वो भी एक संस्कार माना जाता है। मीनिंग दैट दिस इज ऑल अ पार्ट ऑफ आवर लाइफ प्रोसेसेस, and it is also a part of our life process, which is a marriage, or the consummation of marriage, or conceiving a child, or bringing up a life into this divine world that we are in. But the draconian laws are the ones that impede our progress in that regard. यानी कि जो काले कानून हैं, जो विवाह को छिन्न भिन्न करने के लिए, या which are actually used as a tool, I shall say, to actually tarnish the divine relationship between a man and a woman. And it has worked successfully It is all in all a delusion, but it is still a weird delusion that we would not be able to come out of it. And that is the sad state of affairs. रियलिटी यही है कि आज की डेट में अगर कोई आदमी बच्चा पैदा करने के लिए भी शादी करता है तो उसे क्या ये पता होगा कि बच्चा उसका है, क्योंकि वहाँ डीएनए टेस्ट वेस्ट में तो आम बात है करवाना, लेकिन क्या यहाँ पे डीएनए टेस्ट मदर की कंसेंट के बिना हो सकता है? इस बारे में जो है लोगों को ज्यादा रिसर्च करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जहां तक मुझे लगता है a man could not even conduct a DNA test without the consent of the mother of the biological child in question. जहां तक मुझे लगता है, as far as I know, there could be many laws that have been put in place, and there is a gentleman who is one of my very revered friends, one of my fast friends, called Mr. Bullets for Teeth. In the comment section, I have given him the StreamYard link as well if he wants to come up. But he is an American and he has made an entire documentary, a 6 hour documentary on this thing called the gynocentric landscape in terms of the draconian laws that have been put in place, why they had been put in place in the first instance, and which led up to destruction of the modern nuclear family unit in the West in the first place. So he has the chronology down to his bones, and he has inculcated and imbibed that into a 6 hour documentary. If people would watch it, it would help them more and more. And I would request Mr. Bullets for Teeth to actually give a video of his 6 hour documentary which he had prepared, and it is one of his original works. So that is why I would say kudos to you, and he is here to support me in the chat as well. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bullets for Teeth.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's great. That's great. Our small little community is getting bigger by the day, and it's elating to know that someone has put in so much of his life into creating a documentary, and that too at a 6 hour documentary, which would chronicle, I don't know uh, what all. It has to be an encyclopedia on this topic. And we would love Bullets for Teeth to join us in the live stream, and if he wants he can share a little bit, and we would love to hear it from the horse's mouth as to what this is all about. In any case, if you can share the link and we all can watch this at our own sweet time, it will be amazing. So, as far as the question that we were handling is concerned, अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर जी ने बहुत अच्छे से उसे समराइज किया है पूरे प्रॉब्लम को पर से. एंड ऑब्वियसली एज फार एज आई एम कंसर्न, फेमिनिस्ट लेयर, आई वुड लाइक टू से कि क्योंकि ये गृहस्थ आश्रम का एक अभिन्न अंग है और इट्स पार्ट ऑफ ह्यूमंस अ मैन्स ड्यूटी टू सॉर्ट ऑफ ब्रिंग अप अ फैमिली. We have a lot of positive thoughts towards marriage. Sadly, but in my personal case, I have spent a lot of time wasting wasting a lot of time in other things, and have not been very sort of conducive towards the idea. लेकिन फिर भी मैरिज एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है. जो मुझसे गलतियां हुई हैं वो कोई और करे, मैं ये नहीं चाहता हूँ. लेकिन उसी और हमें ये भी देखना जरूरी है कि जो लॉ है और जो जो हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है और जो हमारा पूरा लीगल सिस्टम है, जो फ्रेमवर्क है, जस्ट लाइक अनवांटेड कॉन्ट्राइवर जी ने बोला है, इट इज सो फ्रीकिंग gynocentric that a man has no say in anything. And in that scenario, when God forbid, if you have even 20% of a sort of negativity in your life partner, they can turn your life into a लिविंग नाइटमेयर। तो ये दोनों चीजें अपने आप में इस इक्वेशन को बैलेंस आउट करती हैं, और सैडली सही डिसीजन लेने का बर्डन भी सिर्फ एक पुरुष के ऊपर छोड़ देती हैं, क्योंकि उनकी एक गलती से उनका पूरा जीवन तबाह हो सकता है, या फिर उनका परिवार और उनका जो सीड है, उनका जो वंश है, वो अच्छे से प्रॉस्परस होके आगे बढ़ सकता है। तो ये दोनों के बीच का एक जो बहुत बड़ा एक सॉर्ट ऑफ, इफ इट्स डाइकोटमी और नॉट, आई एम नॉट श्योर, लेकिन ये एक विरोधाभास है इस चीज के अंदर, कि मैरिज बहुत बेहतरीन चीज है, लेकिन जो करंट सिनेरियो है, जो इंसानी कानून जो बनाए गए हैं, उनकी वजह से दे डिसइंसेंटिवाइज men to get into a healthy, happy and prosperous relationship, which marriage is supposed to be. So I think फेमिनिस्ट प्लेयर का हमने ये जवाब बहुत सही तरीके से दे दिया है। अब सड़क चाप रोमांस, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है मैनोस्फेयर टॉक्स इंडिया एपिसोड 17 में। मेरा ये सवाल है कि हिंदू लड़कियां धर्म की बात करती है, परिवार को बचाने की बात करती है, और करियर भी बनाऊंगी बोलती हैं, तो ऐसे में फैमिली सिस्टम मजबूत कैसे रहेगा? ऐसे लड़कियों से शादी नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि हाँ, इस्लाम में फैमिली सिस्टम स्ट्रांग है, और वहाँ की लड़कियां कंपैरेटिवली फैमिली को करियर से ज्यादा प्रायोरिटाइज करती हैं। तो ये हिंदू शेरनी क्या करती है, उनको खुद नहीं पता। सी, माय पॉइंट इज, जिस गांव जाना नहीं उसका पता आपको क्यों पूछना है? If you are sort of opposed by the idea that she should have a career, which is perfectly fine. She'll be a great mother. She'll be a great wife. She'll help you bring up the family like it's supposed to be. लेकिन अब आप जानते हैं कि समय इस तरीके का है, दिस whole past 3 generations have been basically brainwashed into believing that for a woman, career comes primary, and everything else in her life is not even secondary, but it can be discarded at the drop of the hat just for the sake of having a very healthy career. जब उनके दिमाग में ये सीड ऑलरेडी प्लांट कर दिया गया है, तो फिर उनको क्वेश्चन करने का कोई मतलब ही नहीं बन जाता है। ये उनका औचित्य है। द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लाइज विद द वुमेन टू रियलाइज द फैक्ट दैट करियर इज नॉट अ लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट that is going to yield enough gains by the end of the duration.
Right.
On the other side, a family is that ideal long term investment that both a man and woman should put their energy into, so that they have a nice long term yield of happiness and prosperity. Obviously, with some sort of sacrifices, some sort of burdens that will come along, but they are worth every risk they take to bring up a family. तो इनको, आपको यही मैं कह रहा हूं, यू डू नॉट हैव टू गिव एनी काइंड ऑफ इम्पोर्टेंस टू ऑल ऑफ दीज गाइनोसेंट्रिक विमेन, कंप्लीट गाइनोसेंट्रिक विमेन। इनको आप कंप्लीटली इग्नोर करें। जिस रास्ते जाना नहीं, उस गांव के बारे में पूछना कोई फायदा नहीं है। जब तक उन्हें खुद को रियलाइज नहीं होता है, तब तक ये एक दोगलापन ही बन के रह जाएगा। बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, द डिमांड्स ऑफ द वर्किंग क्लास वर्ल्ड and the demands of a household, family oriented life are completely different as far as a woman is concerned. And the children are to be raised at the hands of someone who can handle it properly, not someone जिनके बैक बर्नर पे करियर था और वो सैक्रिफाइस करके फिर पूरी जिंदगी रोती रहे कि हमने तो फैमिली बनाई। They should be willingly participating into this kind of a union. ठीक है, आई एम श्योर आपके क्वेश्चन का जवाब मिल गया है आपको, लेकिन आपने बहुत लंबे लंबे पैराग्राफ लिखे, तो फटाफट मैं पढ़ देता हूँ। इन द मीन टाइम, आई एम सॉरी, बुलेट्स, आपका फुल, सॉरी, जस्ट गिव मी अ सेकंड।
He's an American, by the way, so he would
Yes,
only understand English.
Bullets for Teeth is on our chat now. I am just going to take you into the stream, brother. Just give me a minute. We welcome you on Manosphere Talks India episode number 17. There's lots that I want to hear from you, but I would just like to finish off this particular comment that has come up. Welcome once again to Manosphere Talks India, Bullets for Teeth. कमेंट सेक्शन में देख रहा हूँ कि हिंदू लड़कियां जो बोल रही थी कि मोहल्ला घर काम क्यों करे, खाना क्यों बनाए, उनको चॉइस दो कर। अरे मत सुनो ना इनकी, इनको इग्नोर करो। मिडिल क्लास हिंदू आदमी मेड को अलग से, कुक को अलग से, कि तो ये सब तो चीजें देखो, ये एक्सपेंसेस तो आएंगे। यू कैन नॉट बी, you cannot run away from the expensive of the modern life. You
Could
have to
I,
provide for the women also, so don't
Mr.
run away from
Mr.
them.
Morpheus, Mr.
Yes,
Morpheus,
sir.
with your permission, sir, could I
Mm-hmm.
expound on this very gentleman and what he has been posting till now? He says
Yeah.
that just because a Hindu lady from Indian
Mm-hmm.
subcontinent is not
Mm-hmm.
that as good as of a Muslim woman, and that is why she has to be somehow, we have to prioritize marrying Muslim women or converting them or doing some sort of karwapsi or whatever. He says that he is thinking, his thinking is convoluted for the first instance, because he is not going to be getting a Muslim woman in the first place. Why do I say so? Because there is a man who has now become an ex-Muslim. He used to be a Hindu, got circumcised in a hospital for free by another Muslim doctor who considered that as some sort of a divine intervention as well. And the Muslim clergy, actually from that very city, rejected his approach and said that we are not going to give you a wife because your parents are not Muslim. We only give the wife to those sort of people who had an ancestry of Muslims and whose parents are Muslims as well. So you have to convert your parents to Islam to get a wife in the
Mm-hmm.
first place. ये जो ये बैठ के बोल रहे हैं कि किसको पैसे दूं, अरे भैया तुम अगर मेड को पैसे दे दोगे, खाना बनाने वाली को पैसे दे दोगे, वो ज्यादा बच जाएंगे। लाइफ लॉन्ग एलिमोनी एंड चाइल्ड सपोर्ट तो नहीं देना पड़ेगा। In India, most of the
Exactly.
people here don't know that from day one, since you, even if you married someone for day one, for even one single day, you have to pay them lifelong alimony and child support.
Yes. Yes.
This
That's
is
Yes.
what
Yes. Yes.
most people don't know, but let us just move on. And Mr. Bullets
No,
is here.
thanks for, thanks for putting this into perspective. And I'm really sorry, I did not get that whole idea of him asking us about trying to convert someone from another religion and bring them into the Hindu fold. Brother, it's going to be equally sadak chap romance. मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा. This is going to be an equally difficult and unrealistic task to do rather than you. मैं हर स्ट्रीम में यही कहता हूं, आप अपना लाइफ पार्टनर ट्रेडिशनल पद्धति से ढूंढिए. यू गो अहेड, गेट योर जन्म पत्रीज मैच्ड, यू डू सम डिटेक्टिव वर्क अबाउट द पास्ट ऑफ द वुमन, एंड योर गोत्र वाला जो सिस्टम है वो सेम आपका आपका
Contrivers backstage. Were you coming up or were you just going to be in the private chat? What's the Jana Patrice? What is that? Getting in that match.
Janam 3 means horoscope. Horoscope.
Oh.
Horoscope, yes.
So when you were born?
So astrology wise,
Uh
yes.
huh. Oh.
Yes.
It's, yeah.
At that very time at which you are born, your horoscope is made.
Uh
And
huh.
if the two horoscopes, that is in Hindi called Janma Patri, if it
Uh huh.
doesn't match, you would not have a chance of sustaining a good relationship. It even shows you that there is some sort of incongruence. You have some sort of incompatibility, and it even shows you sometimes that whether you are going to marry or not. So he is saying that follow the traditional way, follow this, that, and the other. But ultimately, the laws, if the laws
Yeah.
are incentivizing bad behavior, hey,
Right.
just for the folks, I'm narrating this. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India, 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago, in the same-sex marriage court hearing that there is no such thing as biological men and women. Imagine my shock, because he is a Harvard
Right.
University alumni, as I have been
See,
telling other people.
fucking universities, man. Okay, so he went. He came here, went to university, and went back to your country to jack it up.
And become the Chief Justice of Supreme Court of India,
Yeah,
a court
yeah, there.
which 1.4 billion people look up to for
Yeah,
justice.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was something that Morpheus brought up was the judicial system. He's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know these fucking feminists are indoctrinating these people at the universities.
It's already
Hmm.
done. At this
Yeah.
point, it is already done. We are just seeing the aftermath in that regard, because these people have acquired the positions of power, and they are trying
Yeah.
to dismantle whatever is left of it, so to speak.
Yeah.
But, anyways, let's continue.
Okay.
Now, Bullets has made the entry into the panel.
Yeah, I heard him say, "What?"
जैसा चलेगा वैसा चलना चाहिए, वर्ण वाला सिस्टम जैसा चलेगा वैसा चलनी चाहिए, जन्म पत्री आप लोगों की मिलनी चाहिए, और उसके बाद आप उनके पास्ट के बारे में जांच पड़ताल पूरी तरीके से कर लें, आपको सब सच पता चल जाए। ये सारे मापदंड जब मिलेंगे तब आप शादी की बात करेंगे। ऑब्वियसली अगर इफ समवन इज टॉकिंग अबाउट करियर, उसका फेमिनिस्ट पर्सपेक्टिव है, तो आप उसको तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं देंगे। लेकिन going ahead towards the other religion and asking them to come to your fold is equally stupid, because you have to bring up your family according to the Hindu paddhati. You do not have to bring up your family from some other perspective. So ये सब बातें आप फालतू ही करना बंद कर दीजिए। दूसरी चीज मैं कहूंगा, यंग लड़के जितने हैं मुस्लिम लड़कियों से सालो तुम लोग दूर रहो, उल्लू के पट हो, अपनी जान भी गवाओगे, अपने परिवार की भी जिंदगी बर्बाद करोगे। तुम्हें मालूम नहीं है क्या चल रहा है मार्केट में। They are literally running false narrative that you fuckers are getting 10 to 15 lakhs to convert their woman. तुम्हें समझ में नहीं आ रहा। This kind of narrative is in the market. So even if you are genuine guy who loves someone, their family will consider you a freaking paid guy and they will slaughter you. So ये फुद्दू वाली बातें बंद करो, अपने मत में रहो, अपने संप्रदाय में रहो, और अपने धर्म की लड़कियों से शादी करो, उन्हीं के साथ परिवार बनाओ, फैमिली को प्योर रखो, उनको ये गंद सड़ंद इधर उधर की गंदगी लाके अपना जीवन बर्बाद मत करो। That's my perspective. Now that I've already vented myself out on this topic, I would like to formally once again welcome Bullets for Teeth on Manosphere Talks India episode number 17. We would love to hear from you on the topic that you've made the documentary on, the gynocentric society that we live in. If you could just enlighten us a little bit about that. Welcome once again, Bullets for Teeth.
YOLO Morpheus, thank you very much for having me. I'm here in support of my friend here, Unwanted Contriver. Yeah, the gynocentric landscape video, I made the original of that when I first when I took the red pill, and I realized what the red pill was. And um, if you don't understand, the thing is this: it's kind of like an epiphany, a catharsis, and it's life altering when you realize that the blue pill society that you've been a part of, has been a lie this whole time. And you encounter the immense amount of laws that are stacked against you in the gynocentric landscape. This, pardon me, this realization is what we call the red pill. And it inspired me to make the video when I go in depth into the markets of the gynocentric that make up the gynocentric landscape. And these markets encompass the social market, the dating market, the marriage market, and ultimately the divorce market. I have a shortened version of this video on my channel. It's about 30 minutes long. I'm not sure how the translations would work on that. Perhaps Contriver can do a narration over it for you guys sometime and basically explain it to you. But in the simplest of terms, there's a gentleman here in the United States. He's a U.S. Army veteran, and his name's Terrence Pop. And in his video, "What is MGTOW?" he puts it very sincerely that let me quote here. There are over 150 plus laws on the books that circumvent the Constitution of the United States that specifically benefit women, and there are zero for men. Well, this causes an imbalance in the gynocentric landscape when we're talking about genders. And basically, what happened is that the US government empowered one gender over the other, and this has been going on since the inception of women's suffrage, the implementation of the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote and other rights. And we've been staring down this Marxist path for, ever since. And it's really coming to a head here in the United States. Now, in the news media, you can see that there's a resurgence of conservative values, and I acknowledge that, especially since Trump got into office. These conservative movements are, even in the Christian religion, are moving towards more conservative um,
Yes, even the
ideologies.
American society has started becoming more aware of this disguised communism they've been living in, and the traditionalism is taking a foreground in terms of the youth as well now. The whole narrative has changed post Trump
Yes.
came into power. Yeah, I understand. Yes, yes.
Well, therein lies my argument that even though these people, they're trying to change their lifestyles, the issue with that is that those laws are still on the books. Those laws are not being repealed in several states. Even with the collapse of Roe v. Wade being, enforced by federal mandate, and they're resorting to the states now. Um, the damage has already been done. You and with the family court laws and the domestic violence court laws, it's still not a good environment for a man to invest in a relationship with a woman to procreate a family when everything that he's working for, building a home, having children, when his wife can implode it, without notice. And this puts men at a disadvantage. You're basically rolling dice in this relationship because at any time she can implode it for the cash and prizes. And the next thing you know, you're sitting on the street corner wondering what the hell just happened. This happens every day in America. Every day.
True,
I've seen it happen to dozens of men in my area alone.
Yeah, there's too much at stake for men now, especially in America.
Yes. My suggestion
The
to
last,
you is,
Mr.
my
Bullets,
friend. Yes.
Mr. Bullets, sorry to interject, but the last time I was here, I was telling the story of Chris Rock, who had a prenuptial agreement of 20 years, and his wife filed for a divorce, no fault divorce, by the way, which they want to bring in India as well. I mean, adultery has been decriminalized, so de facto that is the case. But nevertheless, his wife filed for no fault divorce 20 years and 1 month later. The next case which I brought to the notice of Dr. Morpheus was of Sugar Shane Mosley, the great boxer, and he had to give away his championship belt in terms of
I
alimony
remember.
settlements.
Mm-hmm.
And what shocked me was that he had to get a vasectomy also.
Oh yes, because wife
That's
wanted so
probably
that he could
smart.
not father other children outside.
That's the most shocking part, as far as I am concerned, for me.
I have a friend who was a US veteran who is known to us, Mr. Father Saunders. He had a vasectomy after reaching the age of 45, and his wife had to sign for an approval paper on a piece of paper
Mhm.
that he approves that he has a vasectomy. as a wife.
Wow.
Yes. And since Roe v. Wade has been overturned in America, so that now pregnancies and gestation period is given so much importance. And Dr. Morpheus, would you like to tell Mr. Bullets, our Western friend over here, as to what is happening in America, where the Indian Supreme Court is hell bent on providing, even for abortion, even after 24 weeks?
Yeah. The Indian Supreme Court is basically in competition with Western world liberalism, because the Indian Supreme Court literally wants to supersede whatever the Western liberal law system and everything is doing. Uh,
Right.
we are completely sort of engulfed by this whole propaganda, and it's being the front runner, the showrunner of this propaganda is, we are sad and disappointed, but it is our own judiciary. So I am not too sure what is going to be done. Though abortion was never criminalized in our country anyway, the people were just too responsible. But since the Western,
Morpheus.
sort of, yeah,
If I can interject,
yeah,
let
please go
let
ahead.
me give you this warning and the dire, any men that are in your country that are concerned about their families and being able to establish legacy and a modern nuclear family need to understand what you're dealing with feminism. Feminism is a socialist Marxist ideology. Okay. It is a weapon in every sense of the word. And its goal is to infiltrate, the legal system and steer its agenda in its favor. Very much so. If what you're telling me that they are getting ready to introduce no fault divorce into your country's legal system, that is a weapon. That is a weapon made to target you and your countrymen and everybody that can hear the sound of my voice. If you are a man, understand that these no fault divorce laws will destroy your family. Basically, what it does, the old saying here in America is that a man's home is his castle. Well, with the implementation of no fault divorce, you can bet that that will become your home will become your prison, and your wife will become your warden.
Yep, I totally get it, and I completely agree. I have not even an iota of disagreement with that statement. And yes, we are in very deep trouble. As far, I don't know how I can laugh it
Hmm.
off, but that's
It's the
just the
reason
coping
why I'm here.
mechanism.
It's the reason
Because
why Contriver's
yeah,
here. We are
yes, definitely.
MGTOW mentors.
Hmm.
Pretty much my main mission is to mentor men into the alternative lifestyles, whatever that lifestyle may mean to them. I've been a celibate MGTOW abstinent monk, for 12 years now, going on 12 years. And my main complaint, even with my own community right now, is I'm dealing with a lot of red pill ragers, people that take the red pill and they just go off on their own with it without even going off into, finding a positive goal. The red pill, when you take the red pill, when you watch my gynocentric landscape, when you watch Terrence Pops, what is MGTOW video? It's not to give you purpose to rage, to watch flame content, or female nature content. It should steer you to a better path in your life. And the other thing is this, is that ever since I came in the MGTOW community back in 2015, the the male suicide rate here in the United States has steadily risen, and I'm really concerned about my online communities here in the United States, because a lot of these groups have been infiltrated by left wing Marxists and socialists. I'm going after one gentleman who's associated with Antifa, and their goal is to come in and pretty much pretend like there's something they're not, and to steer men more down the female nature and rage content path, more so than steering them into positive mentorship and a positive MGTOW lifestyle. And my brother contriver here is very well versed on this stuff, and I recommend you to divert to him, because he we me and him have had long back and forth on this into the night, so we're pretty much on the same page on this. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, this is what I have in mind, that we should be doing a run through of the 30-minute shorter sort of part of your documentary that you have with the unwanted contriver. Please moderate that particular stream. In the next week's stream, that would be our primary thing, and I'll be I'll be very happy and honored to have it on, and for all of us to see what is has been your complete contribution to this whole cause in terms of being a mentor for all the MGTOW men, and sort of bring forward the reality that we might see in the future within India as well. Because to be very frank, I had been following US diligently couple of months or a year probably before Trump came into power, and since then, whatever
Mhm.
I have seen, including the Black Lives Matter and all of that, all of these sort of social disruptors that America has sort of witnessed in the past few years, I have seen an exact replica of it being staged within India. And there is so much of uncanny similarity into how things are planned to disrupt society between the West and India itself, then I have to completely agree to the fact that this is universal. That all these ideologies have basically come down to sort of breaking down the society's fabric, breaking down the now existing nuclear family that used to be a joint family once upon a time, and it basically
Mhm.
brings down to having single parent households wherein you have no father taking care of the children, and mothers working for the corporate honchos making money for them. Apart from that, creating a society that is very easy to govern, to rule, because most people without a family will turn up to be ultimately be emotionally, physically, psychologically weaker and easier to freaking control. So I totally
Mhm.
understand and agree that with I would request both of you, if not both of you, just unwanted contriver, to grace us with your presence next week, and let's do that run through of the 30-minute piece that you have of the documentary.
Sure thing, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can arrange that. I'll work with contriver on that.
That'll be amazing. I'll be more than happy, and I'll be deeply indebted for this kind of contribution towards Manosphere Talks India by both of you.
We are deeply honored, sir.
Mutual happy feelings. That's great. That's great. So sir, तो ऐसा करते हैं. What we'll do is the chat has gone wild. So I've welcomed almost everybody, and there are certain comments that I haven't taken yet. So let's begin with this one, which is right after all the conversation that we had about the previous uh, chat commenter, who was Sadak Chap Romance. Escape Matrix is saying, Prince, today please read one tweet. It made my day and will be amazing for this stream. You will love it. How do I share the link with you? It went viral today. It's victory against feminism. All right, Escape Matrix. If you could just copy paste that into the chat, I will switch on my probably if I am not logged in. Let me check if I am logged into Twitter. Even if I am not, then we shall still find it and put that tweet up. I would request you to throw it in the chat. I will just check right down below if you've already done that. No, we haven't seen that yet. It's not there yet, but yeah. So if you could just send it in private chat, that will be more than enough. You know that we've already put the link up for you to join the stream. And with that, I would like to welcome Madhav to the stream. Madhav, welcome to Manosphere Talks India episode 17. How's it going, brother?
Great, brother. Thanks a lot.
Nah, Bas, I was looking for the opportunity to get you on board, man. Good to see you here. बहुत बढ़िया। अब देखते हैं आगे और हम क्या कर सकते हैं। वैसे बेसिकली कमेंट सेक्शन इज completely blown out of proportion. I don't know if I should take the comments, but well, we should at least. This is the least we can do for our audience. So let me just put this forward. Madhav says, "Namaskar, Prince Dada. Namaskar, Madhav. You're already here." Bullets Futi, I'm a midterm mentor and monk from Texas, USA. We just heard from Bullets Futi. Uh, I wanted to have a good friend. He's very wise known McDowell. Like, okay, great. We've already had that conversation, and we're really happy that this stream has been graced by both of you. Mox nahi aaya kya? Mox is not available today, my dear feminist player. Whenever I have a confirmation from Mox, I put this in the thumbnail. Today's thumbnail is me solo, so that's because Mox is not here. नहीं बुलेट्स फुटी जी को हिंदी नहीं आती. He's an American. फेमिनिस्ट लेयर मिटाओ मुक्ति है. अरे जबरदस्ती, ये तो मेरे को गलत ही साबित कर दिया इन्होंने. I should have read the chat before, man. I just fallen flat on my face. So
No,
I
it's
hope that
fine.
translation works.
You know, we're having
Yeah, yeah.
look, gentlemen, the whole thing is to have fun with this. You know,
Yes,
we're here
definitely.
sharing, the MGTOW lifestyle philosophy, and it should be engaging. That's what this is all about.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And thank you for putting forward those words in Hindi, and they make you know multi million times more sense to most of us. Mukti hai mere dost. Yes, it is sort of moksha as we call it.
Oh,
Video
cool.
bhejta
The
hu.
trend, awesome.
Yes, yes. Always does, and that's what's bringing this world together. वीडियो भेजता हूँ, देखो अभी. हाँ हर्ष, वेलकम टू मैनस्फेयर टॉक्स इंडिया. आई विल प्ले योर वीडियो ब्रदर, डेफिनेटली. World Trigger MGTOW is here. Hello, bhai log. Hello, World Trigger MGTOW. Welcome to Manosphere Talks in episode 17. As I would like to keep repeating so that you guys remember, we've done 16 streams already. Damn, he is back. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone, each one of you who is on the stream regularly is back, and we have some great new guests as well. Okay, this is a question. There is a big misconception in the West that Indian society oppresses women and so on. Yes, I'm sure Bullets for Teeth would understand that, because all
Yeah, I
such
can expound on
narratives.
that like you wouldn't
Please
believe.
go ahead. Please go
Here,
ahead. Please go ahead.
here in the U.S., we have something. We have the hashtag Me Too movement, which has been targeting, men, the leftists, the woke mob, the feminists have been, kind of like, they talked down to us like we're less than they are. Like they categorize us in these stereotypes, like gender stereotypes, like cis white man. They'll call me a cis white male, basically, as to be as demeaning terminology as to categorize my gender of who I am. This is psychological warfare in every sense of the word. So yeah, I'm not surprised,
If I
that,
may, if I may, I have something to say about this.
yes.
I would call this dehumanizing the heterosexual male,
Hmm.
if
Yeah,
I'm
you'll
not
see
wrong.
it in the media. This fake thing that men oppress women. It's all a lie. What you're dealing with in your country is the same thing that we're dealing with here. We're dealing with a monolithic propaganda media machine that's run by the globalist agenda from the NATO, the World Economic Forum, Agenda 21, population control. Pretty much, if you're familiar with Alex Jones, if you ever heard of him, he goes into this stuff here in the United States.
Yes, I
And
have. Yeah.
yeah, it's very much an agenda to destroy your ability to establish a modern nuclear family in your country. It's very much a population control agenda.
Yes, true. It is. It is, and that's the ultimate goal. That is the ultimate goal.
Hmm.
Just hope we don't have something very out of the box that they have slated for all of us this year, at least. uh,
I
Let
mean,
me
they
quote Lord.
tried back. I mean, they
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
tried back in the emergency when they, forcefully sterilized 6.2 million Indian men under the nose and the responsibility of a female Prime Minister of India who goes by the name Indira Gandhi, who imposed the emergency on the people, and in cahoots with the instructions from the Soviet Union, erstwhile Soviet Union, she did that, and
Hmm.
under the leadership of her son, I mean, the dispensation did that without any remorse. I mean, it was just about population control and so on and so forth. My thing is, it could be tried once again because we, till date, have not raised up the issue of human rights of those very 6.2 million Indian men, regardless of differences in religiosity or so on and so forth. We have not
Yeah,
even filed a petition for those people claiming back their human rights. Perhaps some of them might be even alive today.
yeah, that's the sort of demerit of being in a so-called third world democracy, which is, as far as I call it, it's a mobocracy. That
Yep.
our public memory is so short-lived that we would just discard such cases that have happened a couple of decades ago, in the name of, in the words of the Supreme Court of India. Uh, उसको तो there has been, oh, it's gone in the past, why talk about it?
Oh, yes, let
When,
bygones be bygones.
yeah,
And
let
it is too
bygones be
much of
bygones.
an old case to be reopened, anyways.
Yeah, yeah,
The
so
files
matlab,
would be
that
missing.
exactly, yeah, rats might have sort of made it their lunch or some shit like that, because that's the kind of record keeping our government has had in the past, sadly. But yeah, the way you put it, it is very alarming, that yes, this is a possibility. Such things can be put into action once again.
And I just have to add that it's actually already in action. So, because the feminists are doing it and they're convincing people to literally sterilize themselves with this trans movement, and they're sterilizing children.
Prepubescent children, by the way. I mean, accurate.
Yes.
We have to be accurate about the epithets we use. So,
Yes.
prepubescent children, and on top of it, a mother who is supposed to be nurturing, caring, and quote unquote be a good mother.
Right?
She is not only a mother, she is a pediatrician children's doctor as well,
Right.
who is ensnaring her own biological son
Hmm.
to chop off his own testicles and weird and make him impose, compel him
Hmm.
to wear dresses, just like we have seen in the case of Mr. Jeff Younger.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, these mothers. Yeah, Elon Musk tweeted that, how that's child abuse, that to sterilize your children and they should be locked up. I mean, I think these crazy bitches deserve way worse punishment than that, but it would be a good start.
They have already infiltrated the military, Mr. Moon Boots.
Yeah. Oh,
A Red Ranger had to resign
right.
from his service. He was a serving military personnel. He
Yep.
was an army officer, and he had to resign because of all this trans thing and this, that, and the other.
Yeah. Yeah, the military medical will actually pay for transitioning. I found that out through a client of mine. She has a son that was in the military, and he's a vet, and apparently his health care covers transitionings. So, taxpayer dollars are going to this mental fucking illness.
I mean, they have to spend it somehow. I mean, they collect so much state funds regarding divorce and alimony settlements and so on and so forth. So they have to spend it somehow on some things which would be beneficial to them in the long run. I mean, take for instance, someone, I was reminiscing the past as to how I vehemently was in support of Mr. Brett Kavanaugh
Mm-hmm.
when when he was inducted into the Supreme Court judges bench, constitutional bench. He was the one who signed up for making LGBT as a quote unquote protected group by the Supreme Court of United States, and it was a unanimous resolution that they passed.
Right.
So he was a party to it. Strange.
It's strange. Hmm. I wonder how they got him to do that.
And if there is no adequate say of the sort of the democratic republic of India, the people of India, the public, in any such scenario where human rights are involved, and the governments are sort of armed enough to take arbitrary action of that sort, it could be a direct hit onto the population that they're wanting to control. So yeah, it is very alarming, and I'm sure as we go forward, we would be able to discuss on how to sort of get by these scary times. Uh, but for the time being, please let me finish up these comments quickly so that we can get to the agenda of the day. Nowadays, they like to shame housewives and praise career-oriented women. Yes, we've already discussed that. Escape Matrix. Another gem in the realm of. Acha, you are into reading quotations today, Walter Gambit. Ciao. Okay. In the realm of sex, more than any other, man is a victim of principles of efficiency, according to which he is manipulated. Yep, big words, my friend. What's next? You have some more quotations. I'll strongly suggest that MRA should raise a voice against male circumcision. Boys not of the age of consent. It is a genuine issue. Yes, actually, uh, sort of genital mutilation of any sort is considered a human rights violation by UN, and definitely voice should be raised against it. But there are certain traditional norms that you can't challenge in this country because they belong to a certain sect. So yeah, we'll do our best for sure. First one, man's sexual potency is totally depends on the psychological factors more than his bodily functions. Once he has begun to doubt his potency, he gradually finds himself more difficulty. Yeah, that's literally, factually, and scientifically true, because your hormonal makeup is responsible for everything else, including your psychological condition. And if you are not feeling up to the mark, then chances are that you aren't up to the mark. Sadak Chap Romance is saying that Islam family institution is more stronger than Hindu Dharma because their women are more traditional than Hindu ones. Okay, as long as you call them whatever they follow tradition, you are right, my friend. But I beg to differ. Continuing on the above, his fear of becoming useless to a woman increases uh, because as a result of women manipulation, he identifies his masculinity with his dependence on women. Yeah, that's. I'm not sure I agree to that
I mean,
because.
these are the quotes he is giving from The Manipulated Man, book written by
Okay,
Esther Villar.
okay. Oh, okay. I'm really sorry. I am not an intellectual, so I've been dyslexic most of my life.
Oh,
So
you're doing
reading
fine,
books,
sir.
yeah, but being a dyslexic most of my life, reading books is something that has been. I'm just challenged in that scenario, so I'm really sorry. Uh, Feminist led, but thanks
Oh,
for
no
the pep.
apologies.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bullet Suti. Your words of encouragement are uh, much cherished, and thank you. Feminist layer, exactly that is what he was saying. He looks like it was misunderstood. He didn't mention about conversion. Okay, okay, आप लोग अपनी personal conversation कर रहे हैं chat में, ठीक है, I understand. Okay, this is again a lot of things you're sharing with each other. Okay. Anything important? Any question? No. Okay, last. Let's just jump to the last one. Nationalism, tradition, religion that hurts men are useless. Well, yes. Anything that does not sort of fall into our narrative or something we want to sort of propagate or use as a weapon against this communist propaganda, this mass conversion of minds into believing into this woke ideology. Whatever we can fight it with, man. And if we have to sort of disregard nationalism, so be it. If we have to disregard some tradition, so be it. If we have to disregard some religion, so be it. But you still remember who you are, what legacy you have to sort of take forward, and you should live and die by it. That's what I would say. All right. So, any further inputs our fellow panelists would like to put in? I would like to take up some sort of videos that I've lined up today, which is in regard to how uh, we have this problem of male feminists in our society. But before we go to that, I would like to hear more from Bullets and Unwanted Contriver, both of you.
Yeah.
Before they continue, Contriver, does he plan on going over the male feminists on the next podcast? Because he didn't get to it on this. you guys just took up the conversation.
He says that in the next session we would be discussing your video first of all about the gynocentric landscape that Bullets has condensed it down into a 30-minute video.
Right.
We will discuss it now. As I say, he talks all about the manosphere. It includes PUA, it includes red pill, it includes black pill, it
Right.
includes MRA and MGTOW. So we have sort of we. I thought to myself that we have taken most of his time. He was just being very polite about it.
Yeah.
So what we would do next time when we would arrive on his podcast and talks is that we would remain there for at least 1.5 hour or something, 90 minutes, and we would let the video play. We would add some commentary to it if we could, and then we would leave because there are many heavy MRAs from India who come on his channel to discuss things. And I think that they should also be allotted the very same space that we have been allotted. It is just that that chap was very generous
Yeah. Well,
and
you
very
guys have.
polite.
Yeah, but also your guys' conversation flowed really well, and I want
Well,
to.
thanks to Bullets. He was the one.
Yeah, but his Morpheus's input. I wanna pick his brain on something at a later date.
I mean, as you wish. You already know who he is and what he
Yeah,
does.
yeah. Yeah, I want to have him on for a conversation. By the way, good morning, Billy. Emmanuel. Let's see. Surrounded by weak men, women know they just need a dangle cat to get out of well-earned consequences. You know, that's so true. I actually had a conversation last night at work with one of the members of management. I said I've seen, because I'm looking at this corporation like a system, and I see many things that need to be fixed. And I said, and it seems to me that like this place has a problem with management or anybody really being able to tell women to do their damn jobs. And he was just like, well, yeah, that is true. He's like, it is becoming increasingly harder. Now, it was just a quick conversation. I want to pick his brain later a little bit more to find out exactly what he meant by that. If it's just in this specific company, in this specific culture, because there are quite a few fucking feminists as leaders or managers or whatever, or if he meant more on a societal way. I don't know. But yeah, I agree, Emmanuel. All right, more. Ooh, we're almost an hour into this already.
I'll go first. One thing I want to clarify, because there's been some reference to men's rights activism, or MRA. We have that here in the United States. One thing that I want to make clear, that I think that a lot of people, even in my own community, don't seem to understand it, when I was talking about red pill earlier, should lead you into a MGTOW lifestyle. Red pill and MGTOW, are like two entirely separate things. MRA and MGTOW are also two entirely separate things. MGTOW is a lifestyle. MRA, men's rights activism, is more politically motivated. It's the ideology of andro, what do they call it? Andro something-ism. I don't have.
Androcentrism.
Androcentrism, I think, is what it's called. Excuse me.
Yes.
They're promoting.
Thank you for
which
adding
is
a new word
pro-modern
to our
nuclear
vocabulary.
family. Yeah, thank you. They're
Yeah.
they're more politically motivated, whereas I think the two get confused. As a MGTOW, what I preach is to live a MGTOW lifestyle, even though I vote conservatively. I support MRA to the point to where I'll vote in line with the conservatives, because that's the type of person that I am. I agree with that mindset. Kind of like they want to vote pro modern nuclear family. Hey, I'm all for that. But the MGTOW lifestyle in and of itself is separate from that. It's a lifestyle. It's not an ideology. There's no real rules to it. And I think that's kind of like confused a lot of the people, even in my own community. They've been led down the wrong path, and I'm going through this right now because I'm refusing to in have them put their rules on me. Whereas MGTOW, you should go through your own rites of passage and live by your own code as a MGTOW when you're living your lifestyle. Contriver can go more in depth in that in the future. I'm sure we can bring that up and discuss it more. But I just wanted to clarify that MGTOW is not MRA, and MRA is not MGTOW. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely. I completely agree that MGTOW is a lifestyle. MRAs are all about activism, and
Yes.
MGTOW lifestyle is sort of an individualistic approach towards living life as a man, and MRAs are into sort of uh, giving a sort of being a counterbalance to feminists in the society to a certain extent, because they will interject and intervene wherever men's human rights are concerned. Whereas MGTOW lifestyle is going to be personally empowering sort of a lifestyle for men who do not want to sort of indulge in women, to be correct if I'm not wrong. The indulgence in women is what sort of at times gets the best of a man, and they then have to go down that path wherein they are sadly being controlled and manipulated and taken advantage of. And I personally believe that MGTOW is sort of an antidote to that scenario.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes, it's an option to self-deletion. And what I mean by that, MGTOW gives men an out. It gives you an option to suicide. Now, a lot of the men here in the United States that aren't aware, that haven't taken the red pill, or they went down the wrong path, often wind up in a deep depression and can't find a way out. Well, the MGTOW lifestyle philosophy offers that way out. It's again, like the path that I'm walking in my MGTOW lifestyle is not the path. It's not a cure all for everybody, but you can find peace, and that zen that you're looking for, in your own path, just by applying some simple principles. And this is something that me and Contriver discuss on our own channels.
Yeah, I totally get it, and that is the kind of mentorship a lot of young men who have worked their way through life and completed their education and become someone in on the career front, and now they have nothing great to look forward to, and they are also being targeted by pop culture as being demonized as
Right.
men and all of that.
Right?
So
Right?
this is quite a
Morpheus, if
thing.
Morpheus, you
Yeah.
need to tell these young men there's nothing wrong with them as men, as young
Yes.
men. I mean,
Mhm.
they're young, they're strong, I mean, they have power. There's nothing wrong with men. What's wrong is that there's something wrong with society itself. The gynocentric landscape is being tilted against them
Yeah.
Yes.
by
Yes.
law, by
Yes.
force of law. And this is I cannot stress enough, that MGTOW is a path, to give them an option from suicide and stuff. And that's the other thing I wanted to ask you. What's the suicide rate like in India right now for young men? I'm very concerned about that.
Uh,
Yeah. Self actualize and initiate each other. I know Bullets is looking for somebody to initiate him. I know he wants a couple of gentlemen to initiate him, damn it. Yeah. Yeah, that part's coming up.
I can bring forward the statistics. Just give me a second. Though it is extremely alarming, and that is one of the things that concerns us also. Just give me a minute. If Unwanted Contriver would like to sort of throw some light on this from his perspective, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, sure, surely. In continuation to what Mr. Bullets wanted to allude to, is that if I could explain it in Hindi as well, surely.
Yeah, go
मिस्टर
for it.
बुलेट्स का कहना ये है मिस्टर बुलेट्स का कहना ये है कि जब भी आप नए नए किसी फिलॉसफी को आप पढ़ते हो, किसी चीज के बारे में, फेमिनिज्म के बारे में भी अगर आप जानते हो, तो उसमें ये होता है कि जो ब्लू पिल्ड लोग रहते हैं, all they all of a sudden get enraged by all of this. Here is my English coming in again and again. Anyways, uh, जो आपको एक तरह से क्रोध आता है कि ये ऐसा क्यों हुआ या हमारे साथ ये नाइंसाफी है, वो क्रोध को कहते हैं रेड पिल रेज। वो रेड पिल रेज कभी तक के लिए रह सकती है। उस रेड पिल रेज में कई लोग आत्महत्या कर लेते हैं, दे कमिट सुसाइड। कई लोग नशे करना शुरू कर देते हैं, दे बिकम एडिक्टेड टू अल्कोहल और अदर थिंग्स। कई लोग उसमें जो है व्याभिचार शुरू कर देते हैं, दुराचार शुरू कर देते हैं, कई बुरे काम, एंटी सोशल थिंग्स, इलीगल थिंग्स, दे स्टार्ट डूइंग ऑल ऑफ दैट। So to stop that, just like in our Indian culture as well, just like any other culture worldwide, used to have a master and a disciple sort of mentorship program, a very individualized one, ranging from Guru Dronacharya teaching Arjuna the art of archery, or even uh, even before that, Lord Ram being taught archery among other divine weapons, how to use it in our folklore, in our culture, civilizational culture, by Guru Vashisht. That sort of mentorship is what is required when a boy is feeling down and he needs a shoulder to cry on because some people made fun of him at school for being a virgin, because some people made fun of him. A man in this day and age, एक आदमी के पास कुछ नहीं होता, एक लड़के के पास जो किशोरावस्था से गुजरता है, he goes through a hormonal changes in his body and he doesn't know what to do with it. It is the gift of heavens. ये एक प्रकृति का आपको तोहफा है, एक उपहार है, इसलिए उस उपहार को कैसे इस्तेमाल करना है, ब्रह्मचर्य को कैसे फॉलो करना है, और अगर नहीं भी करना है तो किस तरह से अपनी बॉडी को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाना. That is something that needs to be taught of children ranging the age from 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years of age to the age of 25 till our brain reaches a certain level of calcification and maturity. So in that regard, women get the state support, whether they get a bicycle, whether they get a free meal at the school, madhyana bhojan, whether they get a laptop. कई लड़कियों को लैपटॉप भी मिलता है, हमने देखा है, लड़कों को मिलता है, मैंने कभी नहीं देखा. They get all sorts of incentivization via state, which earlier men used to get even 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago in our culture, because sons were considered as the insurance policy of their parents. If that is why so much emphasis was laid in nurturing and raising a son to be a warrior, to be a good archer, to be a good strategist, to be a good calculator, to be even a good wrestler, for example. Because if they would fail in the coming generation, the society itself would collapse. And as we have seen with the fall of the erstwhile Roman civilization, as masculinity deteriorates in any given civilization, it is taken over by rival masculine civilizations, which we have seen earlier with the Islamic invasion of the Indian subcontinent, and so on and so forth. Just like in the case of Roman civilization, which was taken over later by Germanic pagans, and so on and so forth. Anyways, I'll expunge on that. And Mr. Morpheus is showing something to Mr. Bullens.
Yes, so I do not like to talk about things without particular data, and uh, very sorry that I could not find the latest data on the suicide rate and the gender disparity in the suicide rates in India. But what we have here is in 2015, this data has come about that there have been 1,33,623 suicides in India reported, of which 91,528, uh, around 68% of the total were by men. So 42,088 were by women, which sort of boils down to the fact that suicides by men is more than twice as much as the
Yes.
suicides by women in India. And this is around 10-year-old data that we're talking about. I'm sure it has exponentially grown, and
I'm
it's a
sure
very
it has.
sad
It's
state.
grown here in the U.S.
Yes, yes,
You know,
yes. I'm sure in the US
you
as
know,
well.
uh, in your own language, if Contriver would translate to the, to the young men, that are watching this, you know, it's not your fault. It's the system. There's nothing wrong with any of you young men out there that are depressed. If a girl doesn't like you, if people are like making fun of you because you're a virgin or something like that, it's no big deal. It's not you. There's nothing wrong with you. It's society that's messed up. Okay, and I think, and this is the weaponization of society against the modern nuclear family and against young men to keep them from establishing a modern nuclear family, to put them in a state of depression, to feel less than men, and drive them to suicide. That's what they tried to do to me here. That's what they tried to do to a lot of men, and we've lost a lot of men here in the United States, because of this woke agenda, this brainwashing of the blue pill plantation. Sorry if I'm speaking out of kind of like a little vague there on what that is, but Contriver can elaborate on that later. And again, I will divert you to him on this subject matter because he's very well versed in it. And this is something that I'm just as concerned about here in the United States, just as he's just as concerned about it over in your country in India. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. We completely understand. Actually, most of us can make complete sense of what you are telling us, and I'm really thankful that this is coming from someone who's more experienced, who's mentored people, to let the men in our country know, especially the young men who have just stepped into manhood, that none of this is your fault. ये आप लोगों की गलती नहीं है. सिस्टम रिग्ड है अगेंस्ट यू, एंड सोसाइटी उसी तरीके से आपके अराउंड एक माया जाल बना रही है जिसमें वो आप लोगों को फंसाना चाहती है. और अनवांटेड कंट्राइवर, प्लीज इफ यू वुड लाइक टू sort of expand on this.
As someone who has attempted suicide earlier in the past, I'm talking about myself over here. Just because someone cheated on me, I took some sleeping pills and I tried to jump from the top of a building, only to be thrown by a friend and who tried to save me. Uh, he is no more in this world, and that is why he used to be infatuated with dairy products like milk, sweets, etc. And that is why, to pay homage to him, I drink a cup of milk every day till date. He expired, I think, in 2010 or even much before that. And just to pay homage to him, because he saved my life and then he passed away. So we need a friend like that who would, pull you back and throw you on the ground and say, "What the heck you are doing to yourself just over a girl?" We need people who could lend a shoulder for people to cry on. Fathers are working 18 hours a day. Mothers are working 18 hours a day. There is nobody at home. Who would be the best friend of a boy who is going through puberty? It would be his phone, it would be his internet. And these are all fake delusions. We need a national, or shall I say, not national, but a rather worldwide effort into ameliorating the situation at hand, because nobody wants to talk about this. Nobody wants to even raise the subject of sexual harassment against boys in general by men and women both, because it is such a taboo topic in our country that we don't even want to bring it up, because women are the pedestalized, mythification around women of having a halo is something that couldn't be broken, is what uh, hinders us in that regard. अब मैं यही कहूँगा सबसे कि बेटा, कभी भी अगर रोना है भी किसी के भी सामने, तो भगवान के सामने जाके उनकी फोटो के सामने रोना. Because even as Chanakya used to said, who was a great Indian polymath or a polyglot from back in the day, never cry in front of others. They would either use that as a weapon against you or they would laugh at you. if you show them weakness. Never show your weakness to anybody. अपनी कमजोरी है, ठीक है, हमारी कमजोरी है, अकेले में जाके रो लो, भगवान की फोटो के सामने रो लो, लेकिन कभी किसी को अपने आंसू भी देखने मत देना, नहीं तो तुम्हारा सिर्फ मजाक उड़ाएगी ये दुनिया। भगवान के सामने रहोगे तो हो सकता है कि कोई एक वहां से दृढ़ संकल्प लेके आगे बढ़े और जाके कुछ करें, उसके बारे में उस प्रॉब्लम को ठीक करें, और किसी अपने को ही ये बात बताना जिसको बिल्कुल अपना, जिसको खास मानते हो, जो कभी हमारे राज नहीं बताएगा किसी को। और उसमें माता पिता सबसे बड़े होते हैं। माता पिता आपकी हंसी नहीं उड़ाएंगे जस्ट फॉर बीइंग अ वर्जिन। माता पिता आपको कभी ये महसूस नहीं होने देंगे कि आप इंफीरियर हैं। So at least revert back to basics is what I'm suggesting. I'll expunge on that. Over to you, Mr. Morpheus.
Yes, and I would like to take over from there and tell my young friends that being virgin per se is the number one thing that is used against most of the youth, young men, and they've coined this term called incel and all of that to sort of demoralize you and attack you, get the best of
demonize.
you. Yeah, demonize in a way. Yeah, मतलब it's looked down upon, तो इसमें demonize भी क्या ही करना है, मतलब an incel is someone who's considered to be the bottom of the barrel kind of a person by these people who have coined this term, by the way. So if at all there is any shame or regret in being a virgin, you are playing by their rules. Don't let them hack your mind into believing anything like that, and be proud of who you are. If you've sort of kept yourself intact and you haven't fallen prey to all of these worldly desires before it's the right time when you should be procreating with a worthy life partner, then be very proud of it. Don't freaking let them play with your mind. There is always this thing that when you step out with a white cloth, the people are going to sort of throw some sort of color on you just to make it look bad. But the fact is that with the intention with which you wore it, you should keep carrying it along, no matter what kind of dirt people are throwing at it. At the end of the day, you know the dirt is washable, but if you accept it as your own, then there is no curing you. So always make sure that you do not let them demoralize you. Be virtuous, not like these virtue signaling puppets and muppets that you have as pop culture's leading figures. Be virtuous for the real things, that is conservation of the traditionalist brahmacharya in you, that is saving yourself for the ideal procreation that it is supposed to be, for being the worthy follower of Maryada Purushottam Shri Ram, who has had only who is a one woman man, you know that. So उसके लिए आपको वर्जिन होना अनिवार्य है. अगर आप वर्जिन हैं तो be proud of it and wear it on your fucking chest like a badge of honor. ठीक है? तो ये इमोशनल हो गया थोड़ा सा इस
Absolutely.
बारे में. Yes sir. Yes
Absolutely.
brother.
That,
Thank
that's
you.
beautifully said. Hey, I just want to say, I mean, dude, you are on it. And all the young men that are out there listening that are looking for a mentor, I mean, look at Morpheus, look at Contriver. I wholly concur with everything he just said right there. So I didn't mean to interrupt, but that really inspired me. I just wanted to say right on,
No,
brother.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. I much appreciate all the appreciation, and I'm happy that I can put this across in agreement with whatever we're talking about. Now we have Professor on board, who is our regular panelist and team member. Professor, क्या हाल है आपके? What do you have to say about all of this together?
Hi Morpheus. Hi team members. Like one thing I wanted to add was that everything starts from a call to action, and I think forming, like as unwanted contriver said that There are many people who are, especially young men, who feel lonely, and there is no such moral support. So I think uh, they should be uh, forming new groups, or like some sort of clubs, in the sense where like in gym or other places where they could meet. Like similar concept was during the French Revolution also. So that could be one thing which we might start. So in order to help like young men, on the offline world, not in the online, but in the offline one, like groups, like where like young men could find a space or support system. So yeah.
In that regard, if I might interject with the permission of the fellow interlocutors, in that regard, Mr. Professor, I fully, wholeheartedly agree with your statement, but I think that is a dimension which has been left unexplored by the men's rights activist groups who could actually nurture those sort of and
Yes.
cultivate those sort of new harvest that actually comes in. And I have seen, apart from Amit Lakhani or Manoj Lakhani, whoever he is, who is going to a restaurant where the father died and 13-year-old and 9-year-old children are running the restaurant on their own or something like that. I don't see it much often. I want to see it more. And men's rights activists could actually be able to be a catalyst in that regard. Wouldn't you people agree on that?
Yeah, like sure. Like, see, one thing is also there, because as far as I see, on the like ground reality, that one part that could really help as a catalyst in this entire process of forming groups could be like the religious group. Like for example, in the West there are like choirs, or some sort of groups that are related to some religious affiliations. Now any religion it could be. So in similar sense, I what I have seen in India is that as far as Hinduism is concerned, there is no such structure in a network kind of a basis that is there, or present, which could be very helpful in forming the basis of such kind of groups. Like for example, kirtan groups, or some sort of like groups which are associated with some religious motives, where just young men could like come up, rather than just forming political um, uh, you know uh, groups like Bajrang Dal and all, where men's issue could be talked
Okay.
about. Yeah.
So in that regard, as a follow-up to that point, could I ask you that would you be okay if there is a men's rights activist group who would take children or men in general out as an NGO or something for a tree plantation day or something in that regard?
Yes, it could be, because like as you said, like tree plantations and like other subjects, these are related to uh, like making people form into groups. But at the same point of time, if we see, like there are also men from different religion who are suffering from this entire modern bullshit. So that could be one thing. And one other aspect could be like some male right activist, or some people who are working together in this area. They might form some sort of workshops across India, or across wherever they are operating. That could also be very helpful, because what I've seen is young men out there, they're suffering and they don't know that they're suffering. So they are just using different areas like drugs and like sexual immorality and all those stuff to just numb the pain. So they are in pain, but they
Mhm.
don't know that they are in pain. They are just taking painkillers. So in that case, if we want to like make them aware, and forming groups and doing all these kind of workshops, but yeah, surely we would be needing some sort of mechanism, so that they would be aware that there is this workshop happening. So I think that
You
workshop
know,
could be a great help.
It is interesting you bring that up because we have a Western friend of ours on board. Mr. Bullets, could I ask you that there is something called Big Brothers of America or something that used to be back in the day during the days of Tom Likas?
Yes. I don't know if
What
that
was that all
movement's
about? Could
still
you
around.
elucidate on that?
Yeah, but this actually, I believe, started in the late '80s, and it went pretty much through the '90s. But you would see adverts on the TV about these groups that were asking men to act like mentors or big brothers to young men who didn't have a father figure to look up to. And I don't know whatever happened to that group or if they're still operational. There are mentorship groups out there here in the U.S. A lot of them are inner city, but um, yeah, that's something that you might want to consider, especially uh, young men today more than ever. Especially if they're coming out of single parent homes, or single mother homes, they don't have a father to guide them through what I refer to as rites of passage to become a man. And the only way they're going to ever be able to do that is to have the older generation of men, mentor them, to take them under their wing, to hold them in their heart, and mentor them on, the arts or trade or something, and take pride in what they're doing. It's really difficult for young men. Like, they'll get in their little gamer groups and or little TikTok groups that they're on, and they engage each other. But the problem with that I see even in my own community, and I'm dealing with that right now, is that they don't initiate each other. They don't initiate each other like, an older mentor, you know, up in his 40s or 50s could initiate that young man, into a path of enlightenment that's going to benefit him in a trade, or, if he wants to learn how to play, like, the guitar or sitar or whatever, and make music. uh, we're starting to see that rise on YouTube. There is a large mentorship community on YouTube, and I refer, if you're looking for ideas, on how to do this and how to implement this, is to look up, some of these mentorship channels online. I would just do a search and look at gentlemen like, well, he passed away, but his name is Robert Bly, and he goes into, the importance of mentorship. And who's that other gentleman? His last name is Cynic. I forgot his first name, but he also goes into the importance of mentorship. Jordan Peterson also talks about the benefits of mentorship and the importance of it, especially to young men. Thank you.
Also, that sort of reminded me, was Proud Boys also intended to be something similar, or is it predominantly a political bent of mind kind of a group of men in America?
It was actually who was that gentleman? What's his name? McGinnis. He used to be on Rebel TV. He's been on the media for a while.
Yep.
He pretty much, conceived of this thing called the Proud Boys, when wokeism started to really take, around 2012, 2015, in that zone.
Mhm.
And the Proud Boys was kind of like, the counter to the rise of Antifa, and the conservative group as opposed to Antifa, and pretty much like, was trying to establish themselves as a movement, for men to be proud of themselves. The news media here in the United States tried to manipulate it into something that it really wasn't. Kind of like, other pro patriot groups and stuff. And it's really all political. When you get into that, as a mentorship movement, I wouldn't recommend Proud Boys. Because I kind of associate them and lump them in with MRA.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I totally get that. Also, they were also demonized just because they were sort of on ground, like they had a lot of confrontations with Antifa, and the left tries
Yeah.
to sort of, demonize such people who can bring out the force right in the open and smash a couple of Antifa people into
Right.
pulp.
Well, we
So
right now, we're over here online in the United States. It's kind of like what I'm dealing with now. You'll run into these groups online, and they're activist groups. They can be very misogynistic. They can be very hateful, and you need to understand the difference between, are these people? You need to ask the question: Are these people pushing a political ideology, or are they pushing, the MGTOW lifestyle philosophy? Because, like I said earlier, both are not the same. One's an ideology, one's just a lifestyle. You live it. There's nothing really hard or difficult about it. Then they're easy to tell apart because a MGTOW lifestyle will have a positive goal at the end of it that you're working towards. We call it stacking paper to the ceiling. Basically, you're focused on your business, your education. You don't have any of your energy focused on female nature content or flame content. The type of content, the political stuff that's going to get you enraged, and mad at women. If you're doing that, that is not MGTOW. MGTOW is like, finishing a goal and achieving something that's going to benefit in your life in the real world. MGTOW happens in the real world. You basically go outside, and you put the MGTOW lifestyle to work. That's what you do. You know, Online you can get kind of mixed up in the politics of it all. And I understand people like female nature content and flame content because it's funny. It's funny. Sometimes I watch it too, but it shouldn't be the focus. That rage shouldn't be the focus of your MGTOW lifestyle. You should be able to pull a positive out of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, actually exposing yourself to only the things that are relevant to your personal growth would be the most important sort of foundation of a mixed
Mm-hmm.
MGTOW lifestyle, because everything else is a distraction at the end of the day.
That's one thing that I preach. Contriver can expound on this. Is as a MGTOW, nobody. You have to understand, nobody's going to come and save you. You know, you have to become your own hero, and that's what the beauty of MGTOW. Because gentlemen like me, Contriver, and even Morpheus, we're trying to be examples for you to follow. And once you feel comfortable with it, you can take your own lead and be your own hero. This is something that I preach over in my own community. And we have examples to show for that.
Yeah, totally, and I'm sure all of our listeners and viewers are right now, they're getting the message loud and clear, and I hope that they can practice and exercise these tenets in their life as well, and with the mentorship of bullets and unwanted contriver, especially the next stream that we're going to do, they will have a deeper insight into the MGTOW lifestyle and probably benefit from it and create a better future. Uh, as of now, we have again a lot of heat in the comments, but I'm sure you guys are interacting with each other mostly. Now, what I want to do is rather than reading comments, we have one request from Harsh that is sort of in the curtains for a while, that has been in the curtains for a while, and he has sent us a video, and I think that we can put it up and then discuss it, because uh, the conversation has been so enriching till now that I don't want to dilute it by talking about male feminists as of now. It's a complete change of plans. Yes, first we will see what video Harsh has sent us, and sort of we will. It's in Hindi most probably, so we might just put it forward, break it down in English as well, so that all of us can sort of interact a little bit on what this video is all about. Just give me a second. I'm sharing this. Harsh, I hope you are watching this, brother. We have put this forward, and
Uh,
देखते हैं बच्चे पैदा करना कोई खेल नहीं. Yes, professor, you have something to say.
yeah, yeah, brother. Just a request. Like, there was this one video by Mox of Men, where the girls were crying. I think it was on Instagram. So just a request. Like after this video, if you could like like react on that, because that was very very sad to see that video where the mother was in relation with somebody else and the girls were crying and the family was falling apart. So because I think that it is something that all the viewers should see, that is the hard reality of these days, which many people don't think of it. So just a request.
Yeah, I know that that video is particularly very black pilling to a certain extent, and sure, I will put it forward. We will discuss it right after. Unwanted contriver wants to put in something. Yeah.
No, I just want to say that gut wrenching video, which I have seen as well. I want people to play that out in front of Mr. Bullets for everyone to see that India is as disastrous in terms of matrimonial disputes and families falling apart as any other Western country is from the Western Hemisphere. So that is what I want to exemplify via you actually putting out the video subsequently after this. So that is something that I wanted to add, nothing more.
I think, well, the word of two against mine, and it'll make a lot of sense if we immediately hopped onto that video before playing the one that I've scheduled. So I'll just put this across, and let me find it. Yes, I have it. I will share that instead immediately, and all of us can witness it. I will refresh this. I hope it's on the screen now. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes.
Audio.
Yeah.
I think the video is like the audio of the video is not uh, coming.
Audio is, it is not audible.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, I can basically narrate this for you. What you're witnessing is the destruction of a modern nuclear family via hypergamy. The
You guys
contriver
couldn't
can expound on that.
you guys couldn't hear the video.
No, no,
Yes, we
no.
couldn't hear the
I got
audio.
no audio.
Yeah, you couldn't hear the audio.
I
I'm
probably wouldn't
not.
understand it, but
Yeah, I'm really
I
sorry.
could tell.
I don't know what went down. But let me just break it down. In a shocking video from Rajasthan, a married woman with two daughters from Solumbar, Udaipur, left her husband and daughters and married a man who used to come to the village to collect loan installments. Daughters of the woman are begging her not to leave them. Not only this, the woman also moved an application that she and her newly wedded husband is facing threats from her ex husband. The virus of feminism is slowly spreading in every nook and corner of the country. If we want to save our society and culture, we must unite and ask our politicians that they made these laws which are breaking society under the name of women empowerment and gender biased laws and welfare schemes. West is suffering from feminism, and now it's our turn.
Well, that's where MGTOW comes in. So how do you combat this? Well, stop getting married for one, because marriage is obviously a horrible investment. The government isn't offering you any guarantees to get married, gentlemen. There's a couple of countries. One of them is Hungary, and they pretty much rejected this feminist, wokeism that's been infesting other countries like the United States and your country currently. And the government of Hungary, to reestablish the modern nuclear family and to give incentive for families to have children, have came out passed a law that said that any family that has more than 4 children, that married couple doesn't have to pay taxes for the rest of their life. you're going to see a population explosion in Hungary. Okay, in China, in China, they pulled back their one child policy because all they wound up with a golden boy army, and they don't want to fight. And uh, they changed their marriage laws to where if a woman divorces her husband, she gets nothing. In other words, the husband gets the kids, the house, the car, and everything else that comes with it, and she gets nothing. And these laws are meant to give men incentive to marry and procreate and establish modern nuclear families. However, in your country and my country, they're not offering us any benefit whatsoever.
Just to point it out, do people know that in Russia they have something called a father's commission? And I watched that in Russia Today when it used to be on the YouTube and all that. Now I watch it on the RT app, uh, as well as on the cable TV. That's it. So in Russia Today, they have something called a father's commission that actually mitigates the child visitations and so on and so forth regarding matrimonial disputes, if there are supposed to be, if any, found for the time, for a particular time. Now, they would incentivize marriage and relations, and with the current very recent uh, uh, you know 24th of February conflict that actually spiraled up. Do you know that homosexuality has been totally banned on an emergency issue in Russia? So, what would happen next? It would increase their fertility level, it would increase their birth rate.
Mhm.
And according to Pew Research, our own birth rate has decreased actually from 2.2 to 2.14. I mean, Pew Research is considered as the paragon of statisticians all across the world. Everyone, refers to them. So, in that regard, I would say if this is going to continue, we are going to go below replacement level. That is 2.2. Anyways, we are below replacement level. And within 50 to 100 years, you would not find that many people as much as we are finding it right now.
Here in the United
Yeah.
States, we just fell below replacement level. I think it was in 2020 or 21. We're below zero point 0.5 now. And the big issue with that, for those of you who don't know about population replacement levels, if you fall below 1.0, it can take a country up to 200 years to recover from being hit with that. And basically, what it does, it screws up the population. Right now, there's this thing that's, everybody's like talking about this great collapse that's going to happen, and they don't know how it's going to happen. Well, basically, with feminism, and Roe v. Wade, and abortion here in the United States, uh, it's shrunk the population to such a degree that there's not enough children being born to lift the tax burden of those of us that are over 40 or 50 right now. So by the time I'm 60 or 70, there will not be the population won't be able to generate the revenue to support the tax base of the older population. That's going to foment um, economic collapse, and we're already starting to see this. And we refer to it as the Great I don't know how you would translate that in your language. Maybe Contriver can, and he could expound on that. But uh, yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to address on that. Uh, Thank you.
Like I have one question for all the panelists, and like especially to Morpheus. Like as Contriver said that the population is decreasing, and also Bullet said that you know in order to avoid these kind of situations in this video, it's better not to like marry and to go uh, and like follow MG Tao. But my question is, as Contriver also said that when a society is becomes devoid of masculine instinct, it is about to fall. Like in that whatever happened in the Roman civilization. So don't you think that similar thing, if there would be many Hindu families or Hindu male who might not get married because of these kind of situation, they might fall into that trap also, because the people from the other religion, now no disrespect to that, but uh, there have been certain Abrahamic religion, you would know what I'm trying to say, who are actually making babies, and they are not stopping with this liberal, fucking agenda. They are just making babies, and they are also getting married. Their men are also getting married at a very young age, or maybe like 18 or 19 or sometimes
Their
20.
legal their legal age to get married is married is still 16, I guess. But I get
Yeah,
your
yeah.
point, brother. Yeah.
So, like in that sense, like how a normal Hindu average guy who's struggling with life, who's struggling with this, shitty laws, how, because that would be very blackpilling for all of our brothers also. So how can
Yes,
we
yes.
fight in that sense? Like just a simple opinion, because it's
Yeah.
like a two-way sword, and it's like, and there one way is in hell and other ways and also in hell. So what
Yeah,
would
yeah,
be
yeah.
the solution?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I totally get what you're saying, and I would want both of the rest of the panelists to also enlighten us about this scenario also. But what I'd like to say is, first of all, yeah, see, your priority is not marriage, but to get married to someone who is right for you. uh, you cannot predict the future, obviously. There are no 100% correct permutation and combinations to achieve that. But still, like I said, our basic traditionalist guidelines for everyone is that you get your janam patri matched, and you go for the right varna, you go for you make sure you know their go through and all of that. And then if your janam patri is matched, and you can do a background check of your prospective partner, that is when you go about marriage. Marriage is not something that is very easy on its own. Okay, if we say that it's going to be very difficult and you should completely skip it, I totally agree to that. But while you're skipping it, you make yourself sort of rise yourself to the occasion, and sort of create a foundation for yourself from where you can come from a place of commanding the kind of respect you need in life. Once you're there, and then you break things down and see if you are getting what you actually require in terms of a long term partner, you get married. If not, don't fall for it. I think that's the middle path as far as I am concerned. It's neither going MGTOW forever, nor it's being a complete sort of oh, let me get married tomorrow. So it's sort of a middle path. But apart from that, what we need to understand is uh, taking exactly from what Bullets for Teeth has mentioned, that this replacement rate thing is it takes a sort of a civilization or a race 200 years to come back to balance. If you guys realize it in the Indian perspective, starting the later 900, or I think 700 century, uh, 700 AD, starting from there till about now, we have lost a total of 8 crore lives to primarily to invaders who have come to this country from the Middle East, and sort of plundered the whole population and our civilization. And till now, that data is 8 crore. But I think this is the time where we have achieved that rate of sort of replacement from the past 200 years to a place where our society has the maximum number of people between the age group of I'd say 18 to 30, if I'm not wrong. That is the most that is the bigger chunk of the population we have right now. So it is all the more imperative that people understand the sort of contract and the risk they are getting into while they are getting married. and they understand the importance of coming from a place of respect, coming from a place that commands respect before they take a plunge into this whole new world called marriage. Until then, MGTOW is definitely the kind of lifestyle that will make you stand on your feet, that will create a nice foundation for you, which is which is devoid of any sort of distractions, which is completely based on your personal growth. And probably then there is a higher chance for you to have a successful life within a marriage also. I think I've gone through a state of verbal diarrhea for long, and I would like both bullets for teeth and unwanted contriver to sort of expand on this and put in their sort of views on this same issue that professor has put forward.
You want to go,
Mr.
contriver?
Bullets,
Shall I?
you go first.
Okay. Look, gentlemen, as a MGTOW, as a practicing MGTOW monk and mentor, this is what I tell a lot of the men that I encounter in the manosphere, that about my lifestyle as a MGTOW. I'm not trying to stop you from relationships with women. I'm not saying not to get married. I'm just here to tell you what's going to happen to you when you do. Take the man in the video here that we just watched as an example, of what you are signing up for. You're signing up for a life of tedium, drudgery, and regret. And if it can happen to this man, it can very much happen to you. You have to understand that women are not like nothing like men. Our brains are wired differently, and women think on impulse. She may want cheesecake, at 1 minute, and a jar of pickles the next. This is just the way that women are. This is the way they think. And you have to understand that you know when you're in a relationship with a woman, that she's always going to demand more of you. You're going to be signing up with somebody and taking on a person into your life where you'll have to be responsible for them, and they're going to demand more and more and more and more from you, and it'll never be enough. Look at this gentleman here who just got his wife left him and her two daughters, you know just left him with that burden. And if you think it can't happen to you, well, all I can say is look at this gentleman on the on this video that we just saw. And I'm going to hand it over to contriver. Thank you.
Okay, so I have an answer for this one, and this is going to be a very sort of egregious or abrasive answer. Well, the fact is, we have been subverted to such an extent that we believe that patriarchy is not the natural order of a civilization. That is the recognition of the hunter gatherer phenomena. That is what I always allude to. Now, coupled with biological factors, which is imbued within the anthropology, among other things, I think that if we want to build a civilization, then we have to become more patriarchal. That is how, in the early days of Roman Empire, Julius Caesar, Marcus Aurelius, and all these people used to come. In our context in India, Chanakya, who laid the foundation of the erstwhile Mauryan Empire, was the one who was far more patriarchal than anything else. And when uh, Arthashastra, which was compiled by Chanakya, which is now being taught in US Army war colleges, you would come to see that even the narrator himself says that as compared to Machiavelli's The Prince, I think in comparison to Arthashastra, it looks harmless. I mean, regarding the Machiavelli's The Prince, and people are, here in India, people don't read their own people, but refer to Machiavelli's The Prince. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is, if you would read Vedas and Rig Vedas, which I have read a little bit of it, you would, I mean, I don't want to sound in sexist or something, but you would
Oh, go right
see,
on ahead.
you know, you would actually hear about prostitution being used, to kill your adversary, overwhelming your adversary via a woman or a cobra snake in the bedroom,
Vishkanyas.
Vishkanya, or the concept of all that. It is very much present in the Rig Veda itself. And Vedas are actually, which we call as the four laws of nature, Rig Veda, Sam Veda, Yajur Veda, and Atharva Veda. It is actually the laws of nature. And so, why we have to appreciate or equate or have this sort of false equivalence in our mind that men and women are equal? First of all, we have to destroy this sort of glass ceiling in that regard, and en masse, on a massive industrial scale. Men and women are not equal. That is why they have separate toilets. Even girls' toilet is being given priority in a middle or shall we say high school, but not a boys' toilet is given a priority. That is for a reason, because women is always being mollycoddled and shielded by the society, even when she does something wrong, like we have seen in this video. She would still be mollycoddled by the police. That was the case, and that is why the younger daughter actually, you know, how bayed at the police and said that अगर आपकी बेटी होती तो आप क्या करते? The police personnel, who was the constable who was there, he had no answer, because he knows what she is doing is immoral, but he can't stop them. On the top of it, he has to give her police protection. And we could see two daughters crying for their mother to come back home. This social drama is going on. I mean, it is quite good for popcorns, but if you want this in your life, with the current prevailing legal system, the draconian laws, including marital rape, which is being introduced, do you think it would be a very feasible solution for men to not suffer from heart attack, blood pressure, this, that, and the other, which most of us actually do? So my point is, मेरा एक ही point है, आप दूसरों के जैसे पेट्रियार्कल बनिए, आपको किसी से डरना भी नहीं पड़ेगा, और आपको हर जगह ये जो मुझे बचा लो, मेरी बेटी को बचा लो, मेरे बेटे को बचा लो, ये गुहार लगानी नहीं पड़ेगी। बात असल में ये है, अब मैं सीधी सीधी बात पे आ जाता हूँ जो कि लोगों को नहीं पसंद है। हिंदू यही सोचता है कि ये उसका देश है, ये मेरी पुलिस है, ये मेरी आर्मी है। ये ना, ये आर्मी आपकी है, जब आपको कश्मीर से निकाला गया तो बचाई, ना ये आपकी आर्मी है, जब आपका कत्लेआम खालिस्तान के टाइम में हुआ तो आपको बचाई, ना ये पुलिस आपकी है जो आपको खुद पकड़ के ले जाती है जब दहेज प्रथा का केस आपकी बहू आपके खिलाफ लगाती है, ना ये सरकार आपकी है। हाँ, सरकार में वोट आप दे सकते हैं, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं। ना आपके मंदिरों के जो है पोजीशन आपके पास है, आपके पास कुछ नहीं है। आपके पास एक परिवार ही था, वो परिवार भी अब चला गया। अब आप क्या करेंगे? आपको पेट्रियार्कल बनना ही पड़ेगा। I would give you, I would draw a similar analog and tell to the people, when Israelis landed in British occupied Palestine, as it was called at that time, they had to go through a struggle, and now their birth rate is actually 3.3. Why? They give weapons training and compulsory military service to all men and women living in Israel, but that does not mean that they are not patriarchal. So you have to become like Israel, like Russia, and like any other community. There are certain communities in America, like the Amish community, the Mennonites, the Orthodox Jewish community in New York, Brooklyn, and whatever. They are hardcore patriarchal in their values, and we have to become like them to save our civilization, to save our culture. People could be swayed and ensnared by anything and everything. Okay, that is the hard, bitter truth, bitter reality. But we have to save them even from themselves sometimes. And that is what I will expand on. Thank you, sir.
Great contribution to the stream today, both by Bullets for Teeth and Unwanted Contriver. And I have to agree to a lot of those points for sure. The system is entirely rigged. You are bound to get into an extremely hostile situation like this if marriage is an obvious kind of a choice for you. Obviously, you'll have to weigh in the pros and cons before being in that scenario. Also, to take from what Unwanted Contriver has just mentioned, being a patriarch is not a choice, it's an obvious option. It's not even an option or a choice right now. It's the obvious reality that you have to sort of arise to and inculcate it in your life. And on that, the person who accepts you as the patriarch of their life is going to be the one and only worthy partner that you could probably consider to start a family with. Professor, you are about to say something. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to like sum it up as you said, and I don't know, but the thought of becoming a passport brother is coming in my head right now so bad. But I know, like in India, where can we go to become a passport brother? Because it's quite easy for like people in the West to become passport brother, but for Indians and especially for like Hindu male, it's a different reality.
See, that again is a kind of a lifestyle of its own. But I would say, uh, as far as I am concerned, you cannot run too far from the problem anywhere today in this world, my friend. It's everywhere. Trust me. When I say everywhere, it's almost everywhere. Yeah,
Yes.
Philippines seems to be an ideal option for a lot of people from the West and certain countries of the same sort. But as of now, that is something that's uh, I don't know. I do not consider that for the Indian perspective, because at the end of the day, I would like to come back to the point that you live in a mobocracy. Everything is rigged against you. As far as the unwanted contrivers at the armed forces, certain people, certain parts, certain particular chunk, small little parts of the armed forces at times turn hostile towards this country itself and their fellow forces personnel at times. So you cannot expect much from them. They are going to just be running orders as far as the governing bodies are concerned, and whatever they want. So right now, definitely, if a person starts a family, it's going to be against all odds, and it's not a fair game. But at the end of the day, as many people who can get red pilled, as Bullets for Teeth mentioned, the more the merrier, the better it is. The more aware you are, the lesser are the chances that women get incentivized by acting in this hostile manner. The lesser the women start getting incentivized, uh, the more it turns out to be a SAR scheme, and probably then we can look forward to a better time. Bullets, over to you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say to all the young men out there, you have value. You have value. Don't pine away and cry and whine why women aren't paying you any attention. D- don't give them any. Don't give them any of your value. Do not. And here in the United States, we say we have a term. We say don't put the pussy on the pedestal. Maybe Contriver can translate that for everybody for the rest of the class. But as a MGTOW, I don't give women any value. They haven't given me any reason to. So why are you walking around, and whining why women aren't paying you attention, and they're not giving you any value or anything in return for that. You have to understand, you're dealing with a gender that is born into this world with a sense of entitlement because they're praised as the little princess, when they're little girls and they're brought up like little Barbie dolls, and they're spoiled rotten. And then when they come out in the real world, they expect the same thing. And if you can't qualify, if you can't fill that void that daddy filled, then yeah, they're going to reject you. You're not going to meet that status quo, and what I call the feminist status quo. And the other thing is the same can be said for like young men that grow up in their families and haven't gone through rites of passage, or they were coddled when they were young. We're experiencing this in our younger generation right now. We have a whole generation of millennials that are just like uh, freaking out because when they were little, they used to get these participation trophies. They used to get coddled by the teachers and everything, and spoiled rotten. But when they come out into the dating market and the women they're encountering in the dating market are rejecting them, they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to handle it. They don't know. They've never been rejected before, and oh man, dude, for all you young guys out there, hey man, I understand. I've been in your shoes. Morpheus and Contriver been in your shoes. We've been shot down before too. And yes, it can be crushing on your self-esteem, but you need to learn how to be your own hero. You need to pick yourself up and be your own man and be very careful on when dealing with women and what value you place on them. You know, um, I go on and on about this on my own channel. I'm going to get together with Contriver in the future, and hopefully we'll come back next week and we can expound on this. I'd like to thank everybody for inviting me up. It's been awesome. And I hope to do it again. So namaste to all my MGTOW brothers out there. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, and we will look forward to have a detailed session with you, Bullets for Teeth, and Unwanted Contriver about whatever has been your findings in terms of that 30-minute piece of the documentary that you've put together, and it will be a highly enlightening sort of a stream for us, and I'll be more than thankful, and from the depths of my heart. Namaste, and thank you for being with us today. And you can stick around for as long as you want, because we are still going to be discussing this, expanding on what the audience has brought in today. And on that front, we have this important question that Sharma ji ka ladka has put forward. Here's a shocking fact: most young women in India today are earning more than most young men. The massive wealth displacement has turned a huge population of Indian women into millionaires. Imagine what will happen when these new young millionaire women learn about financial management. They will take over everything from men. Pure horror. And I think he has something more to say. Just a moment. Women beating men at the money game will destroy Indian masculine men to a point of no return. Imagine all men in blue collar positions and only women as decision makers. Horrifying. Well, I'm not sure that this is going to be 100% sort of a reality, because many businesses do not sort of have the virtue or they don't have that kind of value to provide to the society that they can rise to that extent. And I've worked under a lot of women bosses, and it does not turn out to be the best of the scenario in terms of their emotional sort of state, and the way they decide upon things, and the dynamic and unprecedented changes they make into the organizations, and what happens to them. So I've seen that firsthand. uh, but yes, a lot of women are making a lot of money, and that's giving them that uh, false entitlement to a much higher extent, and it's going to be very hard to deal with them. If unwanted contriver or bullets could sort of speak a little on this, that'll be great.
Yeah, I can interject on that. When it comes to, I don't focus on what women are doing. What you need to focus on is what you're doing. This is something that I expound upon, to a lot of the young men that come into my community and everything. Again, don't put any value or thought into what women are doing. You need to focus on what's important in your life, and stacking your own paper to the ceiling, working on your education, your business, your trade, you want to put all of your efforts into that which you get the most value out of. So if women aren't giving you any value, why would you put any effort into them? Put the effort where you're getting the most value, whether it's, your physical health, you're going to school and you're trying to graduate to get a degree. MGTOW is all about, self betterment, and working towards a goal that's going to benefit you in the future. Especially, when we talk about, population collapse, and economic collapse. As a MGTOW, and you're not in this lifestyle, you're not getting married. So you have this awesome opportunity that you're going to be able to make all this money and not have some dignity siphon, leech it off of you, and leeching off your dignity. That's the attack that's on a lot of men in your country and my country.
By the way, bullets, that was so funny. You said dignity siphon. Yes, I love that. It's exactly what they are. Feminists are dignity siphons.
Is that they try to attack our integrity, and affect our dignity, and our belief in ourselves. So this is something that I encourage all of you young men out there. Do not put any value into women. Stop putting all your attention on women. That's flame content. All that's going to do is distract you from what you really needed to be doing, and that's focusing on yourself and being your own hero. You know, and being prepared for the worst case scenario. Like, what are you going to do? If you're putting all your value and your energy into, trying to figure out a way to get, a woman to pay you attention, or get married or establish a relationship with a woman. Have you ever stood back and looked at the big picture of what that's going to cost you in the end? And is it worth it? There are other lifestyle choices you can make other than having relationships with women. And that's what MGTOW represents. There's are different alternative lifestyles out there that you can assume that it's going to give you great rewards down the road. And it's kind of like this, and I do this in one of my meditations when I tell people, just close your eyes, and imagine your ideal MGTOW lifestyle, and picture that in your mind, and then open your eyes, and these slight little meditation exercises help keep you in check. It's kind of like, saw somebody give advice, about masturbation. And I'm dealing with this one gentleman over here in the United States right now where he's got this course where he's requiring men, to do 40 days of no fap or no masturbation. We call it no fap, you know. And the thing about this, whenever you have somebody like, well, you have to do 40 days of no masturbation, in order to be saved by Jesus or the Lord, to me, that's interjecting rules and ideology on people. Like, look, as a MGTOW celibate monk, when I got to clean the pipes, I go in the bathroom, I clean the pipes, and I get on with my day, because I have to go in the bathroom and do that to clear my mind so I can focus on the task at hand. Okay. When it comes to sex, when it comes to women, when it comes to masturbation, those are just distractions that you need to get over and set them aside. Do whatever you need to do. If you got to watch porn and stuff, in order to do what you need to do, just to get that, out of your mind, so you can put your energy and focus back on the task at hand. It's kind of like, I remember when I was going through the bouts of loneliness, when I was going through my fortitude trials, as a celibate abstinent monk, and the first 3 or 4 years was the most hardest, you know, and dude, I fap just like any other dude, because I had to, you know, and I kind of like lost my train of thought there, but getting off on the topics, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly natural. It's perfectly normal. And, you're not going to grow hair on your palms, or anything silly like that. It's just natural. It's a process that you have to go through. I went through my process, and you're going to be moving forward at your own process. And you need to focus on what you need to do that's going to help you focus on that process. And when I was going to, yeah, I remember what I was going to say. I would get these like bouts of loneliness when I would like, feel like I needed to put a dating app up and try to like go out and meet women and stuff, and because I felt really lonely, and you go through these bouts of loneliness, and you eventually overcome it when you realize that there's a difference between being lonely and alone. And the difference is, when you're lonely, you're in a depressive state. When you're alone, you appreciate your solitude. And I cherish my solitude. And I don't want to risk my solitude to any women. So, if I started going through bouts of loneliness, I would go in the bathroom, clean the pipes, and come back to my senses, if that makes sense, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much what I want to touch base on there. I hope that answered some questions, from somebody who lives this lifestyle, and I'll pass it on to Contriver.
Yes, great. In fact,
Okay.
I've been wanting to say this for a while. The biggest take back for everyone from what Bullets has said is, do not put the pussy on a pedestal. Focus on yourself. If she's making a lot of money, let her. It does not. You should not be concerned at all. You should be concerned with just what you are doing, where your life is heading, and what is your way forward. That's all. Yes, and wanted.
Here in America,
Please go ahead.
Morpheus, here in America, this is the feminist lie. The feminists, all the women bought the feminist lie that they could have their own careers and make all this money. So they instead of establishing having children and establishing a modern nuclear family, they took these careers, they took the money, and now they're in their 30s and 40s ready to start a family, and men aren't looking at them as an investment, because men do not want women that are more successful than them. Men are the natural breadwinners. Men are the providers. It is not a woman's place to take over the man's position. And feminism has basically taught women how to be roosters, and are trying to compel men to be hens. The problem with this dynamic, when you have it in the modern nuclear family household, when you have feminist ideology telling women that they too can be a rooster and equal to a man, it's kind of like putting two roosters in a hen house together. You know what's going to happen, right? You're going to get a cockfight. And the government, the government of India knows this. The woke politicians in India understand, like we saw in the video earlier, that this woman's going to think she's a rooster and she's going to compete with her husband, and that's going to cause a disruption in the family dynamic, and you get the end results that we see here. And I appreciate you for letting me interject on that, Morpheus.
Most welcome. Most
Okay,
welcome.
so-
Yes, unwanted
so-
contractor. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to allude to what Professor's early question was, that what if this comes to fruition, this sort of reality? I would say this sort of reality would come to fruition only when it would culminate into something called a collapse. Economy would collapse. totally, wholly, solely, write it down on a blank check right now and cash it for 1 crore rupees on that very day, and you would see my foresight and my prediction coming to reality. It would convert into truth. Why? Because women are naturally the nurturers. They are not the money generators. If you are talking about revenue generation or whatever, we have seen that woman who was made the CEO of Tata Communications or TCS or something, and she quit during the heights of hashtag Me Too, and she threw a hissy fit because she was the chief executive officer of something. Likewise, what I am trying to say is American economy, which people always look up to, American society is what people always look up to, and it is all a lie. So when that society would collapse, this delusion that has been cultivated here for, uh, shall I say, multiple decades, would also collapse. That we have to have equality of some sort. Men and women are not equal. They were never to begin with. But we somehow, you know, destroy a man's masculinity to make them equal. Well, that would result in depopulation, dysfunctional families, and the destruction of the family unit at hand. And that is why I want to lay emphasis in that, in the wake of all of that. My focus is only on a boy who has been rendered helpless and hapless in the first place. It didn't happen out of happenstance, it happened because of a deliberate effort to destroy him even before the day he was born. My focus is on boys. Nobody wants to actually lay emphasis on focusing on boys and men who would be the next generation of sperm donors, cannon fodders, revenue generators, and the custodians of the civilization. We have seen the results in the early days of Islamic invasion of the Indian subcontinent because people either were too busy fighting each other or they were not even fighting at all. They left their martial prowess. They left their, shall we say, patriarchal values, which Chanakya alluded to during the days of the heights of the modern empire taking over. So why do we have to actually, subscribe to those very same values and declare a moratorium, sort of a voluntary moratorium in that regard? And that is the thing. First of all, we have to get out of mental subversion, mental slavery of thousands of years. I mean, the Chinese call it the century of humiliation. We should call that a millennium of humiliation. And we have to get out of that, first of all. Then and only then. And this has to happen at an industrial level scale. That what happened to us with those 6.2 million men who were forcefully sterilized by the state, many of them who were virgin, many of them who did not even get, who were bachelors, who never even married, who never were able to pass on their genes and bring a life into this world, and were forcefully sterilized. We have to become aware of our rights as human beings. And when we would work in unison, Now, people might say that I am taking a more of a men's rights activist approach towards this sort of a situation, which is not going to work in future. I already know that, but for the time being, you have to have some sort of contacts. You have to have some sort of uh, connection or a network with other men, which I also talked about in the earlier stream. And this is how I'm going to present to the public. If men are not there, women cannot win any war, be it with China, be it with Pakistan, or be it with any other country, any other Tom, Dick, or Harry sort of a country in the world. Okay, it is men who sacrifice themselves. Even uh, a Westerner is amongst us. I would say the combat casualty percentage of men, even today, after all these soil boys and whatnot, uh, even in the US military, is 95% men. And those women who uh, uh, get martyred in that is only and only because they are from the logistics line or whatever. Even in United States, women don't have to sign up for a draft. That is the US military draft. Every man has to sign up for a draft and then can get his voting rights. Do you know from which historical precedents they took reference from? It was the earlier Roman legions in the erstwhile Roman Empire, when they used to have a boy who would get inducted into the Roman legions, and when he would come back from Roman military school as training, then he would get inducted, and then the Roman state or the Roman Empire would issue him a wife. Okay, or if he loved someone, a noble or a sovereign or whatever, he would approach the man for his daughter's hand in a marriage. That is more like a Gandharva Vivah or whatever Arjun has done, spreading his seed all over the place. Bhim has done the same. So why do we, shy away from patriarchy, which is in our culture? There is no culture without patriarchy. Patriarchy is natural. Mother Nature has bestowed patriarchy upon us. So we have to normalize ourselves. We have to desensitize and naturalize ourselves with all these epithets of the world, so that we would be able to bring some sort of clarity in our thoughts, first of all. I mean, forget about women for a second. In our thought process as well, आपको देवी माँ की पूजा करनी है, आप करो. देवी माँ की फोटो है, देवी माँ की मूर्ति है, देवी माँ के भजन है, देवी माँ के मंत्र हैं, देवी माँ की आरती आप कर सकते हो. अगर आपके घर में एक कैलेंडर भी है देवी माँ का, आप उसकी आरती कर सकते हो. लेकिन ये कई कई ये जो लिबरल साधुओं ने हमको सिखा दिया ना कि हर लड़की के अंदर देवी माँ का रूप देखा करो. ये किसने सिखा दिया भैया तुमको?
बहन बेटी सिंड्रोम.
नहीं, तो हर किसी को बहन बेटी मान के नहीं चलना. पहली बात तो तुम्हारी शादी नहीं होगी. भगवान राम भी उस जमाने में हे देवी करके किसी को बोल देंगे, लेकिन किसी को बहन बेटी को नहीं बनाता था. ये बड़े अपने आप को चैंपियन बना रहे हैं. अरे भैया, तुम बाल ब्रह्मचारी हो, तुम रहो. दूसरा क्यों बना तुम्हारे चक्कर में? तो
No,
इसलिए मैं ये
actually,
सारी बातें
issue तो
कहता हूँ.
यही है that primarily the traditional roles of the traditional gender roles need to take forefront, need to come to the forefront, back to the forefront. मैं बोलूँगा, I'll say one thing. See, guys, all the young ones, okay, understand this. Whether you adopt patriarchy or not, you are going to be labeled a patriarch and demonized for years and decades and centuries to come, because The seed has always been has already been sowed. The evil plant has germinated and it's come out of the soil, and it's growing exponentially. So you are going to be labeled a patriarch nonetheless. You might as well be one and then take that label as a sort of a medal or something, you know. So because that's going to be the only antidote to whatever you're going to face in the future at the end of the day. That's what I wanted to contribute to this.
Exactly. Wear that as a badge of honor. No need to actually pay attention to what a woman says. I mean, paying attention to what a woman does is what I would refer to, because actions actually speak louder than words.
I think, as like unwanted contrivers said, that it is a deliberate uh, effort that people in power are putting, because even if like we all people are discussing these kind of issues, and even somebody with slightest of brain can identify that something is really fucking wrong, but like how, like it's beyond my understanding, or maybe like it's something which creates astonishment at that, at the same time, that how these people who have studied from Oxford and all these big names and all, who are in power, still they can, like, they're making laws and they know that
I,
what would be the effect.
I would tell you why.
And
Because
like,
we think that the system is built to empower us. No, the
Yeah.
system is built to collapse from within. In Plato's The Republic that he wrote many moons ago, if you would see, government in Latin, it means control of the mind.
oh,
It would reach up to a state of that Tom Cruise movie Minority Report, where that would be regarded as a thought crime and there would be thought policing. And that is why I always say that is what 1984 Animal Farm, George
Might I just add a
Orwellian.
little
Yeah,
enslavery? Yeah? I can't hear anyone. Am I audible?
yes,
yes,
you are.
yes.
Huh. I just wanted to add that the system is predominantly designed to enslave us. So we have to keep that in mind. Yeah, please carry on. Please carry on. Sorry.
Okay. So, in that regard, 1984 Animal Farm, which was written by George Orwell, it was not his future prediction. He was a giant Marxist himself who wanted that sort of thing to happen. So that is why he wrote Animal Farm and 1984. And the government is always tyrannical. It is just that we sort of not notice it at times when it is actually. So, as free individuals, we would promote, we should, we could, if we would have to promote freedom of the individuality in that regard, we have to use some unfair means as well in that regard. But by hook, I mean, I'm not saying illegal means, but unfair does not have to become illegal all of a sudden. What I'm trying to say is by hook or by crook or by snook, you have to maintain what is yours. That is your masculinity. And if you would be able to do that, you would be, you know, you would survive, because it is ultimately about survival. Survival of the strongest, survival of the fittest. And if you see, the other side is not stopping. When US left Afghanistan and when Taliban took over, the first thing they did was all Talibani fighters were made to have four wives and let them get married. Why? Because if he is not satisfied enough, then he would fight amongst other men. So that was a way for Taliban to satiate a man through marriages and ceremonies and this, that, and the other. So we should also incentivize and be practical and patriarchal, which is, I would call, the recognition of the natural order of a civilization. That is a hunter and a gatherer. Men are always the hunters, women are always the gatherers. Even if you are an atheist and you don't believe in law, the natures of law or whatever, you would see that in anthropology, evolutionary biology, and everything else. So that is the thing. You have to make a distinction. And exceptions do not disprove the rule. Okay? Tom Likas used to say, even a broken clock is accurate twice a day. But that does not mean that it is going to be accurate 24/7, 365. And that is the motto that we have to subscribe to as well. There is something called, shall we say, thinking, and there is something called practicality. We have to be much more realistic rather than becoming filmy in our lingo. That is what I have to say.
Yes, indeed. Get in touch with reality. Wake up and smell the coffee. And Feminist Layer has given us the 2021 data as well in the comments. I'm just trying to locate it in the live chat on the computer, but it's weird that I can see it on my phone on YouTube. So I'll read from there. In 2021, the male to female ratio of suicide victims was 72.5 is to 27.4 men is to women, while 70.9 is to 29.1 in 2020. The total number of male suicides was 1 lakh 18,979, and female suicides accounted
Jesus.
for 45,026. So yeah, it remains to be more than double, and it's 72 to 27 suicides, and more than that in 2021.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
similar statistics here in the United States. I remember when I first came in, it was the gender wise, the white male suicide rate was very high. Native American is higher than the white male suicide rate. The other races are pretty low, but mostly because they're the minority. But it's increased here in the United States ever since I came into MGTOW. I think it was at 14%. Right now, I think it's like at 20 to 21%. It's absurd. To all you young men out there, again, it's not your fault. The predicament that you find yourself in. You have to understand that you're dealing against a monolithic governmental, propaganda machine that's meant to beat you down and empower one gender over the other, the same as they did here in the United States. It's going to take, look, this is going to be a long road to recovery before everything rights itself, before the ship rights itself. So what do? Um, you know, uh, you all heard the saying, all's fair in love and war, sic vis parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war because war is upon you. Nevertheless, and as a MGTOW, I suggest putting all of your value into yourself more so than everyone else around you. The thing about the MGTOW lifestyle, it's a glorious and selfish lifestyle. We compel you to focus on yourself and be selfish about it. You know, um, it's like when you heard about the Spartans when Leonidas says, you know, give them nothing but take from them everything. You need to have the same inner power within you to take everything you can for yourself and focus on yourself. There's nothing wrong with being selfish, you know. And in a society where you find yourself being demonized and being oppressed, and being treated like a second class citizen, you have every right to be selfish, and you should be. This is, one thing that I compel mentors, that are stepping up into the MGTOW lifestyle themselves, you know, to invoke that and initiate men to also be selfish, with their lifestyles. You owe women nothing because they have given you nothing. So give them nothing in return. Put all your value where it counts the most, and that's in yourself. As a MGTOW mentor, and I want to encourage you, gentlemen, to look at each other, lean on each other, as your own brotherhood, to also inspire other men like yourselves, and endow them with this knowledge, educate them with this knowledge, and um, understand that I was trying to like lead up to this a little more fluidly, but there's a quote by an author, an American author by the name of Robert Bly. He's an author and a poet, and they call him the godfather of the manosphere. And if you're not familiar with Robert Bly, he's got some very interesting books on poetry. There's some videos on him on YouTube. I highly suggest you seek him out and use him as a model. But I'd like to, if I can say this quote, he says, in ordinary life, a mentor can guide a young man through various disciplines, helping to bring him out of boyhood into manhood. And that in turn is associated not with bodybuilding, but with building an emotional body capable of containing more than one sort of ecstasy. It's something to meditate on, something to engage in deep thought with yourself. And when you engage these young men, because they need you, your brothers need you, especially your younger brothers, men that are just coming into the MGTOW community, or the men's rights activist community. You need to hold these men in your heart, and initiate them and remind them that it's not their fault. There's nothing wrong with them. God don't make no junk. Um, but yeah, I just, again, I'm very grateful that you allowed me the time to interject this wisdom, and I hope it, helps you go out there and seize the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bullets for Teeth, and each and every word that comes from you is supposed to be the beacon of light that should sort of lead a lot of young men on the path to self-realization, self-actualization, and self-growth, self-improvement, and creating something worthy out of themselves. And I'm really thankful for you to contribute in that manner in today's stream. Feminist Lair, thank you so much for bringing forward. Yes, sir.
Morpheus, if I may interject again, I want to clarify. Allow me to clarify, because I talked to Contriver, and I talked to my other brothers about this. Don't look to me to be your leader. I've had so many men come up to me and ask me like to lead their group, lead their community. No. That's not how MGTOW works. As a MGTOW mentor, I'm here to teach you how to become your own leader. Don't stand in front of me. Don't stand behind me. Stand beside me as your own leader. If that makes any sense to you, that's MGTOW, because I can endow a young man with this wisdom, that is he has to go out in the world and be his own leader and initiate that himself. If that makes sense.
Yes, indeed, that makes complete sense. In fact, I personally am the kind of person who's against creating prophets and leaders that you want to look up to. I always want to look into the mirror for any kind of inspiration that I want. So I completely understand what you're saying, and I totally agree to it.
Just to add, with the permission of the fellow interlocutors, into what Mr. Bullets actually alluded to, why do we feel depressed, or why do we feel saddened by the fact as to what it has become the society's sad state of affairs. There are two things for that. And to quote Adam Lane Smith, who is a marriage counselor over there, he says that male depression is, first of all, I would touch both subjects, but first I want to give 30 seconds to this one regarding male depression and to what sort of a monster it is. And here, Adam Lane Smith, who is a matrimonial dispute marriage counselor, a psychologist himself, just like Jordan Peterson, says that male depression is always a consequence of learned helplessness. But therapists and medical professionals treat it as female depression and make a man feel loved instead of being powerful. If you have to climb a wall, then if you are not unable to climb a wall, then is when a man would get depressed because it is a consequence of his learned helplessness. Now, if someone teaches him how to climb that sort of insurmountable wall, hypothetically, of course, then he would not feel depressed. So instead of making feel men loved, you have to make them feel powerful. So men could do this for each other, first of all. Second of all, regarding love, women, I mean, in Dainik Bhaskar newspaper, there is a column on every Wednesday called Madhurima, in which Dr. Rachana Samandar or whatever has been writing for the last 20 years or 20 odd years, which I have been reading, the sob stories about women and the, you know, engulfing themselves in pity and wallowing all over it because the senior citizen mother has been left in an old age home, and the son and daughter-in-law have arrived in New York to work as an American. Whatever. That is what the sob stories are all about. But eventually, why don't we have that very set of self love and self help books for men? How to not commit suicide, and William Barrett's a book about existentialism, that even during this entire conundrum which is going on all around us, we could live our lives peacefully because we would be able to find our own solace. So we have to first of all find our own niche, our own solace. We have, and for that to happen as well, we have to start loving ourselves, which would be the basis of my book that I am writing. And I would say, dear men, start loving yourself, start strengthening yourself, start empowering yourself, start considering yourselves as a human being in the first place. If you would be able to do that, because we already affiliate ourselves with some sort of religiosity, color, creed, ethnicity, regionality, or whatever, but we don't consider ourselves as a human being. We treat ourselves as pawns, sacrificial pawns in a chess game. I mean, that is not a good thing to look at it. And we have to change our own mindset as well. We have to become a little bit selfish in that regard. Women are, so why couldn't we do the same regarding our own self interests? And for that, we would generate self interest. We would start having a mentality towards achieving the things that Mr. Bullets wanted us to achieve. us as men to achieve, only and only we would keep ourselves in focus, as against keeping a woman and a family or a nation or whatever in focus. So we have to keep ourselves in focus, and that could only and only happen if we would start loving ourselves, start considering ourselves as human beings, which we don't do quite often. I'll
That's what I
expunge on
mean
that.
when I'm talking about selfishness. Self love is a huge part of that. What I mean by being selfish. Put yourself first for everything else. That's self love. Being able to look at yourself in the mirror and appreciate what God gave you, and loving that. Because let me tell you this, gentlemen, I don't know about how you view religion, but from my perspective on things, you know nobody will ever love me more than me except for God. That's just the way that I feel about it. When I hug myself and love myself, it took me a long time to work through my depression, you know and come to that realization of self love. And I think a lot of young men, they're so bombarded with media and peer pressure that they forget about self love. They forget about putting themselves first, and appreciating, you know, themselves. And I think the positive reinforcement of mentorship, and older men can help guide them to that. It's kind of like in line with what Robert Bly was talking about, of the emotional body, capable of more than just one sort of ecstasy. And he's speaking about self love and initiating that. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Self love is primarily what everyone should strive for, especially for men. Actually, we start losing our social value as we get older, and it's very easy to disregard what a man needs, wants, or sort of requires, uh, because obviously we live in a sort of a gynocentric kind of a system. So it
Hmm.
is more the all the more important for a man to focus on himself, derive inspiration from what he can achieve, setting goals, and then conquering them and being the better version of himself should be the primary focus of every man. Now we had this request from Yuri Bezmenov that he wanted us to look at the community post of Tribe of Men, uh, which is a YouTube channel from the Manosphere itself. Uh,
Sure.
their their community post, yeah.
That's
So
funny. Yuri Bezmenov. I was going to ask you gentlemen earlier if you ever heard of Yuri Bezmenov.
well,
It's
yes, we have Yuri Bezmenov is part of our at least our internet discourse in terms of the
right, part of your
non-left.
curriculum. Okay, cool.
In
We're
terms of the
pretty much on the same
non-left,
page here.
yeah, exactly. So Yuri obviously gave lectures in US. He was an educator. Post him,
Hmm.
being on an exile from Russia, Soviet Russia, where he was serving as a Soviet agent. And Yuri per se also spent a sizable amount of time in India, spending it with the academia and a lot of other influential parts of the Indian society. And that's why he talks about India to a certain extent in a lot of his videos, which we can find from the archives. And he has been pretty popular in the non-left sort of circle, as he completely breaks down the woke, liberal, progressive, egalitarian ideology that the left prescribes
Yeah,
to in India as well. So yes, that's where one of our viewers, Yuri Bezmenov, came from. That name came from in our chat. So Yuri has asked us to look at this Tribe of Men community post in which, so putting your name on things, set up blind trusts, and any other legal means to protect yourself, whether you get sued or robbed in divorce court. can't take what you don't own. That is the caption that he's put on this post, which is PSG star Ashraf Ashraf Hakimi's wife filed for divorce and wanted more than half of his property and fortune. When they keyboard glitch, guys, I'm really sorry. When they arrived in court, they realized that Ashraf, they're spelling Ashraf a little weird, as that's not how we spell it in India. Anyways, Ashraf Hakimi owns nothing, as everything he owns in is under his mother's name. So she can't have what she wanted from the divorce. It's pretty smart, actually. But looks like
That's funny.
Ashraf is, yeah, Ashraf is living in a matriarchy and still is being rewarded. That's great, man. His mother owns everything. Sorry for that. That's a bad one. But yeah, Yuri. So we have taken into consideration this, that you know this is one way of getting away from it. But I am sure Unwanted Contriver can throw some more light on what is the Indian scenario in this respect, in this regard.
In this regard, I always tell, मैं भारतीय लड़कों को ये बताता हूँ कि आप अगर कोई घर है, कोई नाम है, तो माँ बाप के विल करवा लिया करो, और विल में ये लिखा करो कि ये माँ बाप ने हमारे मकान बनाया है और ये हमारे उनके स्वर्गवास के बाद ही बच्चों को मिलेगा, जब तक वो जिंदा है तब तक नहीं मिलेगा। तो क्या है, अगर कोई वाइफ आपकी, अगर आप साथ में रहते हो माँ बाप के, तो आपके ऊपर 498 वगैरह सब ये लगा के फिर वो एक्सटॉर्शन तो करती ही है। इस वजह से वो नहीं कर पाएगी, क्योंकि वो विल बनी होगी और विल में ये लिखा होगा कि ये घर जो है माँ बाप के मरने के बाद ही इसको मिलेगा। तो यानी उनके बच्चे को मिल सकता है, भले जो पोता पोतिया होगा उनको, लेकिन जीते जी माँ बाप के जीते जी नहीं मिल सकता। और अगर ज्यादा ही किसी ने कुछ टाँय टाँय की, तो माँ बाप दोनों को घर से निकाल देंगे, ठीक है, नाटकीय तौर पे ही सही, लेकिन क्या है कि कम से कम उस समय आपके माँ बाप का घर नीलाम होने से बच जाएगा। ये एक बहुत अच्छी स्ट्रेटेजी है जो कई वकील बताते हैं, और ये कई लोग ट्राई भी करते हैं। ओपन सीक्रेट है, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है जिसमें नहीं है। केसेस को ज्यादातर फीमेल जजेस लंबा इसलिए खींचती हैं ताकि किसी को कुछ वहां से कॉम्पनसेशन मिल जाए। मैं कई ऐसे लोगों को जानता हूँ जिनके 7-7 साल से डिवोर्स के केसेस खींचे रहे हैं, और वो अभी तक खींचे जा रहे हैं। लेकिन अब क्या कोई सामने कुछ नहीं बोल सकता, क्योंकि मैडम जी जज बन के बैठी हुई। तो ये भी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। ये तो खैर अब जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे तब तक पता चलेगा। मैं खुद भी चाहता हूँ कि मैं इसके ऊपर पूरे फैक्ट्स वगैरह के साथ कोई प्रेजेंटेशन करूँ, और मेरी कोशिश यही रहेगी कि मैं इसको और एक अच्छे रूप में मैं ये बता सकूं। लेकिन जैसे अशरफ हाकिमी की ये बता रहे हैं, वो इसलिए बच गया क्योंकि उसने सब कुछ अपनी मदर के नाम पे किया, ठीक है। आम तौर पे एक आदमी नहीं बचता है, यही है। अरे भाई, हार्वर्ड एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है, वो लंदन स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स भी कर रहा है। आपके खुद के देश में जेएनयू नहीं है क्या? ये इंटरसेक्शनैलिटी बहुत पहले बन चुकी थी, जब लीग ऑफ नेशंस बना था या यूनाइटेड नेशंस बना था। फिर वो रॉथस्चाइल्ड वाली कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी में जाएंगे तो और टाइम हो जाएगा। लेकिन जो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि तो भाई वो तो पहले ही डिफेक्ट हो गए ना, जब सीजीआई वहां से ग्रेजुएट हुए तो डिफेक्ट तो हो गए। वही तो यूरी बेजमानोव ने कहा था कि
No, in fact, there is another theory. I'm sorry to interject, but at times what happens is, since we have a sort of a colosseum system where it's already predetermined that the son of this guy is going to become the chief justice eventually, so the external forces will invest in them pretty young, and probably spending time in Harvard has to do with that. So one's formal education from Harvard has to become the tool to subjugate and sort of demonize the male folk and run this propaganda freely via the hands of the judiciary. So the investment has been done long back, और वो आज उसके it's bearing fruit basically. That's what it is.
I would say, and this is also a historical reference that I am using, the Cambridge Five. Let us just say, at the heights of the Cold War, there were five people: Kim Philby, Kane Cancross, Anthony Blunt, and two other chaps who were from British intelligence, by the way. And this is what I'm saying, late in the 40s, when after World War II. So these people defected from British intelligence and were supplying American intelligence to Soviet KGB. How? Because they were also learning about Marxism and this, that, and the other. This is why they made a movie called The Spy Who Came In From the Cold. It is a black and white movie from the 60s, but a very good one. I have seen that. Uh, this is how the defection or the subversion was started much earlier than what we think. And even Yuri Bezmenov predates it back to the French Revolution, and he says liberté, égalité, and fraternité are lies that have been told to us since the days of the French Revolution. But defection has been started. We had the Charvak. Let us just talk about the Charvak movement. Why did it collapse? Because there were no more other people who passed on their genetics to prolong it and to convert it into a hippie lifestyle. These were hippies, I mean, 1000 years ago or something. So that is why we also think that this has been going on for years. And if the defection has been happened, whether it is from Harvard or Oxford, it doesn't matter. The defection has happened because the system in place is the very same English common law which is used both in United States, US, UK, India, everywhere else. It has been a little bit indigenized in our context to make it much more authentic and have the veracity in that regard, but it is all in all the English common law. That's it.
Yeah, actually, that's the saddest part, that we are sort of, we don't have any say in it, and it has been copy pasted by from various countries. Uh, in fact, today is Bhimrao Ambedkar's birthday. What a disaster, man! For him to have taken like references from 7 different countries to create our taking constitution and everything that came after that. And yeah, I totally agree. See, the antidote at the end of the day will always be to become self-actualized, to become sort of more of a man, in garner that kind of respect in your own eyes, create something about your life, so that you can focus more on being the human being you are, and not someone's sort of wish slave. And that will be the most important thing. Uh, it's been great to have all of you guys today, and we're already hitting the 3 hour mark. And I would uh, say that this was amazing to have both of you once again. Bullets, Fudith, and Unwanted Contriver, you've sort of enriched us a lot today, and we are definitely looking forward to the next week, wherein we can have you two again and see the documentary, the short version that you've put together as we've discussed today. I do not think there is much to discuss now, as we've already, uh, sort of hit a lot of points. There's a lot to absorb from this stream itself. So, with that, I would like to sort of call it a night. And any closing remarks that you gentlemen would like to put in before we bid ourselves goodbye to meet again next week, same day, same time. Over to you guys.
Uh, First of all, I want closing remarks from Roshan because he was the latest one to make entry. So, Mr. Roshan भैया शुरू हो जाइए, sir.
रोशन, आपका स्वागत है बैनस्फीयर टॉक्स इंडिया में। आप सो तो नहीं गए हैं?
रोशन भैया सो गए लगता है.
Sir, Roshan, actually, I know Roshan. He's one of our most regular, most punctual viewers, and Roshan does not like to say much. His comments
Okay.
are also restricted to certain emojis and all, but he sort of participates as a true audience member and goes through everything we do in terms of this stream and otherwise on social media. So it's over to you, gentlemen. Then.
Okay, Mr. Bullets.
Oh yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for having me up. It's been an honor, and namaste to all of you. And I appreciate you too, Roshan, as somebody who understands the value of silence. That's awesome. You know, other than that, and I do have my own channel. It's Bullets for Teeth. I'm on YouTube here in the U.S. And if there's anything I can do, I'm also in the Discord. You can also reach out to me through Unwanted Contriver. If your English isn't that good, he's really good at translating. And I I just want to. The reason why I came on here today is I want to put, you know, um, give some street cred to Unwanted Contriver. Over in our community, he is kind of considered, our historian and archivist. And he is very, very well versed in MGTOW philosophy and knows all of the greats and stuff. And we even reference to him whenever, we need to, back the philosophy up, on whatever it is that we're doing on whatever live streams or community forums and so forth. So I just want to, say that about my brother Contriver. I thank you very much for inviting me here to meet Morpheus and Roshan and everybody else in the chat, and y'all have a great day. I got to get to it myself. I'm running behind schedule, but y'all take care and we'll catch you next time. To thine own self be
Yes,
true.
yes, definitely. Bullets for teeth. You have a wonderful day ahead and a wonderful week and a weekend ahead. We will look forward to have you back next week, Friday, same time.
All right, I'm going to drop out, gentlemen. Have a good one. Take care.
Have a good one. Yeah, take care. जी, अनवांटेड जी।
मैं तो हिंदी में ही चलो बोल लूंगा।
जी बिल्कुल, आज
जब
हिंदी हमने कहीं
जब
बोली ही नहीं है, तो आप शुरू करिए,
जी
मैं समाप्त कर दूंगा।
जी बिल्कुल। जब तक हम अपने आप से प्रेम नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम ये नहीं समझ पाएंगे कि हम क्यों डिप्रेस्ड हैं या हम क्यों क्षुब्ध हैं किसी बात से। हम जिस दिन अपने आप से प्रेम करना शुरू कर देंगे, उस दिन हमें अपने गोल्स, अपनी फोकस, अपनी पढ़ाई, अपने एग्जाम्स, अपनी नौकरी, अपनी तनख्वाह, अपने खर्चे, सब कुछ प्रायोरिटी में हो जाएगा और हम डिप्रेस भी नहीं होंगे, हम दुखी भी नहीं होंगे, हम कुछ नहीं होंगे, हम बस अपना काम करते जाएंगे, न्यूट्रल रहेंगे और ये हम कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं बोलता हूँ, डियर मैन, स्टार्ट लविंग योरसेल्व्स. Dear men, start strengthening and empowering yourselves in every way, shape, or form. Dear men, start prioritizing yourself. And dear men, start overcoming hurdles in and make a pathway for success for other generations as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Unwanted Contriver. And those words are words of wisdom to work on and stand by. I completely believe that everything begins from you. You are your sole survivor from the day you come in and from the day till the day you are here. Make sure you make yourself a priority. और इसी के साथ मैनोस्फेयर टॉक्स इंडिया का एपिसोड नंबर 17 अपने अंतिम पड़ाव पर आ चुका है। जाते जाते सड़क छाप रोमांस जी ने एक कमेंट दिया है, भाई दीपिका नारायण भारद्वाज की डॉक्यूमेंट्री है द इंडियन।
All right, I'm going to pause it there because I think the rest is in Hindi. Are you there, Contriver?
Yes.
All right. No, that was good. It was even good the second time listening to it.
Bullets is iconic, phenomenal.
You both did
If
awesome.
if imagine if you and Billy and Emmanuel and Mr. J.C. Blanche pooping while standing, and Mr. Iridium Kush were there.
Yeah.
Any of the people, even my Hefe, JR, would have been there. These people would have obliterated it to smithereens. Plus, he is a very nice gentleman.
Yeah,
He
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 sounds
is very
lovely.
polite. Yes.
He is. I have some news to share actually.
Okay.
It's actually from Gray. News from Germany.
Okay.
He said, "Dear GM Contriver Billy, here's a quick update from Germany. Did you get this email?"
I didn't see that actually.
Um, Apparently, feminist teachers demand more help from the state while school systems is failing and gangs or girl gangs take over. There's a recent documentary, a female school principal stated, around 90% of children in my school have immigration background, and it's currently moving towards 100%. In almost every class, we have at least 3 to 5 children who don't speak a single word of German. We desperately need more funding and staff to take care of them. My school staff is stretched to their limits. Many have reported in sick. Every day is a struggle.
My school staff is yeah.
Hello? You're kind of Borgy, Contriver. Are you there?
Am I audible?
Now you are. Yeah.
Yes, I'm there. Okay.
Okay.
So, if you have read that, then I will expunge on that.
No, I haven't finished reading it.
Okay,
Let's see.
then let me read it for you.
Okay, go for
My
it.
school staff is stretched. Okay, my school staff is stretched to their limits. Many have reported in sick. Every day is a struggle. If the government continues to put more and more burdens on me and my poor school staff, then eventually the system will absolutely collapse. Meanwhile, it seems that Germans, now the minority, get treated very poorly. One example of what could happen if 90% of your classmates are immigrants. There are some videos we would see that later. The description is there. A gang of
Mm-hmm.
mostly migrant girls torture their German classmate, victim crying, group, close your eyes, follow the sequence, close your eyes, keep them closed, slaps and hits her face. Ouch, please stop my nose. Close your fucking eyes, keep crying, spits in her face. I swear, close your fucking eyes. Please stop, I can't breathe. Please stop, I can't handle it anymore. Group slaps her again. Close your eyes, close them now. This is your last chance, or we will fuck you up badly until you are lying on the ground covered in blood. Tries to say, stay calm, change in breathing, keep them closed, close your eyes before I fuck you up. Close your eyes now, hits her face again, close your fucking eyes. I was trying to, more crying. Pulls her hair, stand up, be quiet. I can't. I have a panic attack seizure. Casually discusses wherever to have a smoke or not. People are approaching. Let's stand around her so that nobody sees her. Tells her to calm down, stay quiet, don't talk to the adults, don't tell them what we did, or we will fuck you up. If they just ask, say you are sad because of love sickness, or we can just say to the adults that she was attacked by someone and we are taking care of her. Just play nice with the adults and then we will let you go, or else we will fuck you up. Victim, I can't endure this anymore. Crying. Group, disparaging statement. Everything is okay. Who has heard sweetheart? Laughter. Two adults arrive. Recording ends. Mandy, in the second presentation, Feminism and Societal Collapse, I will cover the massive rise in crime that feminism has caused, starting with the collapsing demographics and the school system, to early and later gang formation, to the failure of the state and its legal institutions, as well as the flourishing crime economy, as well as crime statistics and some hard fact examples. Again, notice that the feminist teachers are well paid government employees for life with an early retirement plan and social security whatever, while everybody else is paying the price for this insanity. Gray.
Mm.
Well, this is called as a demographic change, and as French philosopher Auguste Comte used to say, demography is destiny. Why didn't German women
Right.
produce any children?
Right.
Because they wanted to burn their bras. Now your children are suffering because the demography has been displaced. Who cares? Just become one of
Mhm.
them. If you can't, just wear a burqa or a hijab and they would not, touch you or anything because you would be
Right.
a good Muslim. Even
Right.
CNN acknowledges there is a problem. I think you
Okay.
have, you are a
This is
big
a
fan
different
of Mr.
thing.
Scott Galloway.
That no, this is a completely
Okay.
different thing. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, but I have seen the video itself. It
This
was
one?
on Jimmy Dore's show as well.
Oh,
Yes, the chap in question,
yeah. I
Scott
don't.
Galloway. So
Okay.
he appeared over there as well.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't watch any of the news. Mm. Yeah, I really like that conversation. It was quite good. I want to talk to Morpheus. I want to hear more about him working under female leadership. He mentioned having experience in that, and he did also mention what they do when they get into positions that cause structural changes that aren't good for companies. Anyway, I'll read this one. Grace said, "Wow, even CNN acknowledges that there is a problem. Apparently, we need to invest in men because otherwise women can't find a suitable mate." Always got a laughing cat. Invest more in women via men? Haha, that's a good joke. And don't forget the shaming. Men who don't marry well, they are bad, bad citizens. OMG. Let's see. American Young Men in Crisis. Professor of Marketing, NYU Stern School of Business. Expert. We're going to see a lack of household formation. Whoa. What do you mean? We're going to see. We've been seeing this for decades. We're
Mother,
going to
but
see it. Yeah.
these sort of shall we say millionaires mimicking misery, or all these sort of trad cucks actually are looking at everything except for where the problem persists, and that is in the
Right?
legal framework, that is
Mm.
in a written minuted public state policy which
Oh, which,
incentivize that sort of bad
yeah.
behavior,
Yeah.
and
Which,
disincentivizes and castrates a man to
yes.
even exercise on his own biological imperative.
Right.
What do you
Right.
expect?
Speaking of terrible choices, the company, or the corporation that I currently work for, I have to. Oh, wait, did I share it with you? The new diversity hire, she's in fucking law. She's a new high up position, and she's a diversity hire. Fucking woman in law, legal. That was a big announcement.
I mean, she knows how to maneuver or outmaneuver the system for her own nefarious deals and whatnot.
Mm.
So, I mean, nothing to be surprised about. Of course, she is going to be a diversity hire.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to continue reading this. Let's see. We're going to see a decline in the middle class. And we're going to see, quite frankly, just a lot of young men who are terrible citizens. I think that they will create fake incentives, desperately trying to lure men back to the plantation. The gynocentric plantation. I suspect this is what the marketing expert means with invest in men. Mm. Well, can I play CNN on here? Will they give me a copyright strike? 10 minutes. Here, I'm going to put this link here. We'll give it a try. They better not strike my video.
From the CDC suggesting major problems with regard to the mental health of our adolescents, surges in depression and suicidal ideation, especially true for our girls.
Oh, wow. You know what? But that is a fucking mental health field crisis because it's full of incompetent, lying feminists. That's a system problem. Like, the people responsible for the mental health of our society are lying feminists. So they're going to be incompetent. They're actually making things worse. So we need to sort that out.
This week, I found cause to worry about young men. This headline from The Hill, it caught my eye. Most young men are single. Most young women are not. The story reported that as of
What? How is that possible when women outnumber men? Those maths aren't mathing for me right now.
of 2022, Pew Research Center found 30% of U.S. adults are neither married, living with a partner, nor engaged in a committed relationship. Nearly half of all young adults are single. Now,
Wait, do we have that many fucking lesbians in our society? Most women are not? No.
look at these numbers. 34% of women, twice as many, a whopping 63% of men. What explains that?
Right.
I pulled the Pew study and I read with interest. Turns out since 2019, the share of single men who say they're looking for dates or a relationship has declined from 61% to 50%. In 2018, 28% of men ages 18 to 30 reported they'd had no sex in the past year, compared with 18% of women of that age. The Hill report said men in their 20s are more likely than women in their 20s to be romantically uninvolved, sexually dormant, friendless, and lonely. They stand at the vanguard of an epidemic of declining marriage, sexuality, and relationships that afflicts all of young America. Among the causes, among the factors, a reliance on social media and online porn. But also, more young women are hooking up with each other or dating and marrying slightly older men, and heterosexual women are getting more choosy. Other troubling statistics about men come from a 2021 study from the Survey Center for American Life. They found the share of men who have 6 or more close friends, which in 1990 was 55%, by 2021 had shrunk by half. Meanwhile, those with literally 0 close friends, which stood at 3% in 1990, has zoomed to 15%. An expert quoted by The Hill said this disconnect can have catastrophic consequences for young men. Quote, in the worst case scenario, the young American man's social disconnect can have tragic consequences. Young men commit suicide at 4 times the rate of young women. Younger women are largely responsible for rising rates of mass shootings,
Right?
a trend that some researchers link to their growing social isolation.
And let me just remind everybody that's on this anti-trans bandwagon because a fucking woman killed a bunch of children at a school. A woman. I'll say it one more time so it sinks in. A woman killed children at school, which isn't surprising that they have found another way yet to kill children in our society. So everybody wants to jump all over like anti-trans, but literally it was a woman. Oh, hello,
Oh,
contriver.
come on, good mother. Women are always mollycoddled since they have a vagina. Remember the
No.
1 billion unborn children whom they have aborted over a period of 50 years in the Western Hemisphere?
Mm-hmm.
1 billion abortions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that count for that golden mythified vagina?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I never used to watch Fresh and Fit. Okay?
Right.
But literally because Minka had been there, so it was incumbent upon me to watch that very episode as to how she performed, and she was basically she obliterated all the other women who were sitting over there,
Mm.
whom even someone like Myron has to supposedly call as lovely ladies. There was nothing ladylike about them. Okay,
Right.
but anyways, so they still are they are completely delusional. They used to have this far thinking forethought about their own survival.
Mm.
Some of them do, and the conservative women also do understand as to what is coming for them. That is a demographic displacement and replacement,
Mm.
but they don't want to actually emphasize that in their lives. They want to emphasize uh, everything else in the world instead of elevating and empowering and strengthening the boys, which become good husbands, good fathers, good brothers, good sons who
Mm-hmm.
would take care of their parents, who would take care of their offsprings, who would take care of their wives, and be the insurance policy of the next generation to run business, run infrastructure, run a community, and run an entire nation.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually,
Yep. The future of our society. It's kind of important.
Well, those words reminded me of a conversation that I had over a year ago right here on CNN with NYU professor Scott Galloway.
But the issue is when you have a group of men, the lower half of attractiveness of men in online dating, which has doubled, now it's about half of relationships, and the top 20% of men in terms of attractiveness get about 60% of the interest, you end up with a group of men that are more prone to conspiracy theory, more prone to misogynistic content, more prone to not believe in climate change.
Okay, I can't listen to him anymore. he just the third feminist puppeted piece of dogma. I can't take this dude seriously anymore. These
exactly.
university professors are all fucking feminists.
And of all universities, he's a professor from NYU.
Mm-hmm.
So kudos to him for that.
School of
But the thing,
Business. School of
school
Business.
of business, exactly. What sort of business he is going to run? Just like that pussy-led Silicon Valley bank that is going to turn bankrupt.
A failed one, yes.
Exactly.
Ugh. I'm so over. I just spent way too many days in a row working at a corporation that's full of fucking male feminists and female feminists.
Exactly. They
Mm.
have, they know for a fact that men eventually would come to their defense either through a trad cuck white knight way,
Mm-hmm.
or either through being a male feminist, because then eventually when they would get into hot waters like Harvey Weinstein's of the world, then some feminist would have to support them because they would be compelled into doing so.
Yeah.
I mean, just you should have the male feminist badge of honor and you could get away with anything at all.
I don't know. I'm looking at this corporation, but like the whole system. I've already taken note on many, many, many things that need to change. To improve the culture.
I mean, people talk about diversity, diversity. Diversity is a luxury.
Right?
What sort of diversity you are not having if you are not having diversity of thought?
Right.
And ultimately, look, I would be very direct about it.
Mm-hmm.
There could be n number of sailors on a ship, but there has to be one captain who would
Yeah.
steer the ship in the right direction out of the turbulent waters.
Yeah. Well,
And
the current ship captain actually steered it into turbulent waters. Come to find out, the more and more I talk to like the daytime people, they can't stand the fucking store manager. So apparently he's a knucklehead and all kinds of incompetent shit. But there's a serious problem in management. There's a specific female that I'm looking at pretty suspiciously. Because it seems like all her people are the ones that irritate me. They I don't know what the fuck they do. Every time I
I,
see them, they're not doing anything except hanging out. And it's like, I don't know.
no, you should not say that right
Yeah.
now. But I get your frustration. It is not that I have not eavesdropped on what you were saying or what someone else was saying. I have listened to the entire exchange. And trust me, believe me when I say so, and even pardon me for saying so, they know that a state policy is backing them up. That is
Mm-hmm.
why they get away with behaving in such an abrasive manner
Right.
towards anyone, even
Right.
though they are pretty little starlets,
Right.
hypothetically speaking. But this
Right.
is the thing. Eventually, I'm drawing a similar analog as to what I saw on Fresh and Fit. Myron was sitting and he asked us, okay, how much percentage? He was asking, I'm forgetting the question, and he was asking, okay, okay, how much percentage that was supposed to be? And the girl who was sitting on her left side, because he always sits on the left side and Fresh on the right side of the podcast, in the after hours show. So she was saying, no, but can you tell me that? So he
Mm.
said that would defeat the purpose of asking you the damn question. She again said, no, but can you tell me that?
Are you talking about
That
Myron or Walter?
Myron,
Yeah.
Myron, Fedit channel owner, who was a former agent from Department of Homeland Security. So she would behave in such a juvenile fashion,
Mm-hmm.
like a 5 year old,
It's
and and
weird.
that has been the case till date.
Yeah.
She has been mollycoddled so much that
Yeah.
she has never listened to any harsh words even reaching her ears, and
Mm.
she could behave in such an abrasive fashion, acting like a 5 year old girl when she
Yes.
is making
In her
money on
20s.
and whatever in her 20s and
Yeah.
30s.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
she looked quite young, so she might be in her early 20s, but
but
that is
still,
that is the case.
yeah, that's what Morpheus was saying. It's like these girls, like they've been so damn spoiled and they're so entitled, and then they go out into the world and expect that same kind of treatment. I see that shit happening at this place. I'm like, there are these girls that fucking don't do anything, and they're always like, "Oh, help me," and it's like, why do you work there if you can't do the job exactly? Like, I don't get it. I don't know who hired him. I'm sure the feminist management lady hired him. They're under her, so
Look, they have
yeah.
already introduced laws many decades ago within
Mhm.
US that says that if you have diversity, then you would get tax cuts in your
Mhm.
business.
Yeah.
So it is incumbent upon them to get those tax cuts
Right.
to, uh, uh, you know, run a flourishing business. That is purely economics,
Yeah.
nothing more, nothing less. It is purely about profit and loss. It
Mm.
is nothing more, nothing less. If if they would incur a loss, then
Mhm.
it would dawn upon them, and they would realize the immensity of heavens and earth, and somehow they would come out clean, just like even Trump Jr. was dilly dallying on the way on Bud Light, that beer brand, which was made by a trans woman, and they don't know what to do about it
Mm.
because of political correctness. And that is what I want to say. Political correctness and woke philosophy work in tandem, and they have been able to destroy, uh, what you would say, even businesses on a large scale. For example, Gillette razor. Now,
Mm.
in the Western Hemisphere, if anyone is a self-respecting man, he would never use a Gillette razor. So they have shifted their production and manufacturing for the brown idiots and the black idiots of the world like me,
Mm.
and have shifted their plants and manufacturing units to India, China, Africa, or someplace else, or even in the Middle East, where they don't show that very commercial advertisement, that very of a disgusting, egregious of a commercial advertisement, if there was any in the human history.
Mm.
They don't show that in the Middle East
Right.
out of fear,
Wow.
because the government. So
Yeah.
I think that is the case, and I don't know when this is going to end and how this is going to end. We could try all sorts of combinations, but I'm not a psephologist. I'm not a
Mm.
crystal gazer. I
Me
can't
either.
say anything about it, and
Yeah.
I know neither could you. So let us just watch. We are observers. We could only
Yeah.
observe.
Well, I'm slowly taking this place over, so I'm doing a little bit of disinfecting.
Inshallah to that.
Yeah. It's something to do. Well, the rest of society collapses. At least a place that I like will still be standing.
At least.
At
Okay.
least. Well, that was a lovely conversation, Contriver.
I
I'm
mean,
so
the
glad.
credit, honestly, the credit goes to two individuals whom I revere very much. One is Good Mother, and it is not to pally up to you or something, because you have given me your StreamYard link, and that is how I could also connect and I could stream on my channel, your channel, any channel I want. You
Yeah.
have given me that privilege and luxury. And the second one is Bullets for Teeth. If he would not had been there, if he was not there, this would had been impossible. And that is why, Mr. Bullets, if you are listening, I would request you, implore you to be there again for this very coming Friday, if you could, so that he could narrate his own gynocentric landscape documentary,
Mm-hmm.
the 30-minute one, which he has made, and we would be there for more than an hour or something, and then we would leave. Are you feeling sleepy?
Oh yeah, I'm tired.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
I am. It's 9:30 a.m.
But you have to sleep, and then there would shall be some clients that would be coming in.
Oh no,
Okay,
I
I
am off today and tonight.
yes,
So, I know.
yes.
I'm gonna just probably sleep all day.
That is the best way to recuperate.
I know,
I
right?
I have read somewhere that having excess of sleep sometimes also regulates your blood pressure.
Well, my cat, my cat is being a shit. My blood pressure is super low, so
I mean, not yours. I'm talking about in my context.
yeah,
I
you need to.
always exactly, because now I am feeling over sleepy sometimes, because my mother was sitting next to me while we were talking a while ago, and she was
Mhm.
saying, "Hey, you are closing your eyes. Your mother is 65. Your mother is 70, and she is sitting next to you, and you are closing your eyes in broad daylight.
Right?
What have you become? Open your eyes," because I was feeling that much lousy, and I
Yeah.
was feeling a little bit sleepy headed. So,
Well, it was
oh,
good. I'm so glad I could share that. I would totally share his channel if I didn't think my crazy bitch baggage would go over there and cause problems for him. So
Well, it would. So, in the initial stage, I think that
yeah,
for getting to know all of us,
yeah,
uh, let us get acquainted with each other from this side of the aisle and that side of the aisle.
yeah.
And when we would cross that bridge, and there shall be some more people coming over here and more people coming over there, then we shall see as to what we could do, but not at this very premature initial stage.
Well, my main concern is tagging people who actually should be looking at this and listening to this conversation. So I think I have a couple more links to a couple more university things I need to find, but that's my main goal. Get that conversation elsewhere.
Well, that could happen. That could very well happen.
Yeah.
And that is what is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you for doing everything you could, and you have been doing for years, if
Right.
not months or days or weeks. And you have suffered greatly because of that, immensely. And it
Nah.
hurts me immensely. And
I
no,
haven't suffered. Contriver, I'm a woman. What suffering am I going to do in a matriarchy?
well, look,
Please
at
tell
least
me.
at least someone was able to harass you in a
Uh-huh.
way,
Uh-huh.
harangue you in a way when they sent criminal investigation joint terrorism task force as well as Texas A&M University police on your doorstep. If
Yeah,
there
but
would had been a man, he would had been shivering in his boots.
right, but they literally sent men, two straight white men who literally are on the same
Shocking,
page as people in
right?
the fucking manosphere. Hold on. They literally sent the guys that were like their job is designed to protect me as a woman. They sent them to go sort me out. No, sorry. They just allowed me to recruit more people. So I don't know. I just I know you guys see it differently because you are men, and I do understand because the guy from the Joint Terrorism Task Force, he told me a couple stories about some calls that they had to go on where they had to go talk to men, and like these men are usually not in a very good mood because they're already being harassed by these crazy bitches, and then when they get the call and they need to go talk to them, they're not as willing to talk to them as I was. So when they showed up, I was like, damn, it's about time you guys got here. Like, I was wondering how long that would take. But yeah, I don't want you to see it as suffering because it hasn't been, Contriver. Not like you guys.
Perhaps you
So
are right.
I'm free. I am free.
I
Like,
still I still could not forgive myself because of that. Because
mm-mm.
if I would had been in United States, she
Mm-hmm.
would had sent military after me.
Wow.
But she could not do that since I am on your channel
Mm-hmm.
particularly, and I had not even started live streaming back then.
Right.
So I know for a fact that you bore the brunt because of me. So I
Yeah.
could not bring myself to the fact of forgiving myself. I know I don't want to say that out in the
Yeah.
broadcast and live stream,
Right. But
but that is the
no.
case.
Yeah. There's nothing to forgive. I mean that was one of the things that I checked off my list. Like I expected
Well,
that to happen like years ago.
in my perspective, I think that a friend of mine
Yeah.
was harassed because of me.
Well, no. The crazy bitch that tried to get me to be harassed. That was her intention. That was her goal, but that wasn't the outcome. Like, see, these crazy bitches don't understand. They can't battle me the same way they battle you guys. It backfires every time. So that's where I think you guys have it in your head that it's like danger, it's suffering, it's complicated, it's not wanted, because you guys don't want men showing up at your fucking house questioning you about your damn YouTube channel because you're trying to be incognito. You're trying to keep some anonymity. Me, I'm not. I want to talk to these people. So the fact that that crazy bitch gave me exactly what I wanted made me happy.
Well, but look, the
Yeah,
occurrence of this incident itself
yeah,
puts our loved ones and our well wishers and our friends in danger. So that is the logic that I go by,
yeah,
and that is how I think that even it should not have occurred in the first place, but it
yeah.
did. So I can't, I can't bring myself to the fact that if it didn't happen, then it would have been a separate story. But it did happen. So
And it's good. It was good that it happened.
I mean, you could say so, but I would beg to differ on this very point because
Well,
if
but
it not,
contriver, remember, I am a woman living in the matriarchy. I am protected that way. There's nothing that they can do. Like,
I mean, by God's grace, nothing should ever, even rub you the wrong way, uh,
yeah, no,
even brush you the wrong way, because I have seen uh, what sort of choice of words people would had from the blackosphere as well and
oh
everything
yeah,
else.
oh
I
yeah,
went over there as a sand nigger to prove a point in
right,
your support, and I actually I don't care at all about the color of the skin.
yeah,
If people are being a rude, abrasive personality, then that is what they are, and we have to call a spade in that
mm-hmm,
regard.
mm-hmm.
These were rude pricks who thought that they would get away with their prick tone.
Pricked them.
Prick tone,
Oh,
P-R-I-C-K,
prick
prick,
tone.
T-O-N-E tone.
Okay.
I'm a spelling bee champion. I used to get full marks in dictation
Yeah.
when I was in uh, elementary school, as you people call it. Okay.
Later, bullets. Thanks again for the chat and sharing that. You guys did awesome. Looking forward to the future one. Good morning, Odin. Good morning, Kush. All right.
All right. Shall we call it a
I
day?
think I think so. I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, who have, enjoyed the live stream, because this was a broadcast that happened on one of the gentleman's channel whom I know, and
Morpheus.
uh, Morpheus, and something along the lines is in the pipeline. It is in the conduit. So please fasten your seat belts, and we would present to you another one of uh, a detailed discussion on that very on issues regarding MGTOW, MRA, men, or feminism in general as a
Mm,
consequence of it. So
mhm.
please sit back, relax, and go through this entire live stream many, many times. Please share it with your friends and with anybody you know, so that our good mother would touch would gain more subscriber base, so
Mm,
that she could voice the opinion of the voiceless, which she has given to us in that regard. So please, uh, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a privilege live streaming with you tonight, and we shall see you again whenever good mother starts another stream, whenever she is willing to,
Right.
night or day, it doesn't matter.
Right.
She is quite spontaneous in that regard.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you got here late, Odin. This is a good one. Definitely start from the beginning.
Thank
You'll
you,
really
sir.
like it.
Okay.
All right,
Okay,
Kush. See you
so
later. Later, Odin. Later, bullets.
later, everybody, and we are ending the broadcast in 3, 2, 1, go.
Bye.